Okay, we can get this special meeting for our February 28th started today, but we'd like to do a little housekeeping. If you have a cell phone, turn it off or put it in the silent mode. And if you'd like to speak on any topic other than what's on the agenda, then go ahead and submit your slip. But right now, we have 41, 42 now. So we're probably gonna cap it off at that. As soon as I get this meeting started, we're probably gonna cap it off there because we could be here for a while, even with 40-some speakers. So anyways, with that, we'll get up and do our pledge. Hearing. Well, open. So Ben, are you going to do the ex parte before on this issue?
The first order should be the roll call of the planning commissioner.
Right.
So Marie will read everyone in note present.
Okay,
Chair Algauer,
here.
Vice Chair Hicks,
Here.
Commissioner Beck,
Here.
Commissioner Chester. Here. Commissioner Higginson,
Here.
Commissioner Snodgrass.
Here.
And Commissioner Vick.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, are we gonna have the staff do the presentation now?
We'll need to open the public hearing, but yes.
Okay. All right, so, huh?
Would you like me to do the quorum?
The what?
It's allowed.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
So folks, for tonight, we have a lot of different views. We hope that you'll all maintain, a neighborly civility. Signs, unfortunately, folks, aren't allowed. And we ask that you'll at least put those down on the floor. I appreciate that. But please give everyone a chance to have their say and to present their views. We do have 42 speakers tonight. 43 now. So with presentation.
We're at 45.
45, okay. So we're capping speakers at the 45 so that we can get through this tonight. We appreciate you all coming. And please, again, try to keep your comments under 3 minutes, or at least don't exceed the 3 minutes. 46, we'll cap it at. And if you do, if the same point's already been made, we appreciate you making the same point more than once, but if it has been made, please try to limit your time at the podium, and then possibly we can get some more speakers in if we have time once these 46 have been heard. So I'd appreciate that if you could. And again, thank you all for coming. Appreciate it very much.
All right, I'll begin. I'm happy to have everyone here tonight. Tonight we are presenting case number 24-015. This is the Wine Country Specific Plan. And so this is certainly a combination or culmination of a number of year kind of effort in terms of the development of the specific plan and what got us here. And so briefly, I'm just going to talk about kind of that history and then get into the plan details and then what those components are, the environmental review, and then leave it for the public comments, and then ultimately the Planning Commission recommendation, either in support with modifications, or denial of the specific plan. And then ultimately, City Council is the hearing body that takes it. So no matter what the discussion is tonight, the City Council will consider that as part of their ultimate final action. So this really kind of began with a grassroots initiative. So kind of a local group of individuals started kind of getting into winemaking, and, really kind of the interest of, hey, we enjoy this activity. People started adding vines on their properties, and there was really kind of this idea of, okay, how can we kind of make this something a little bit bigger for the city of Yucaipa and bring back kind of a agricultural heritage. And then kind of leading to that was the formation of the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance, which is a nonprofit organization that was formed in 2015. Now from there, that activity, kind of the community support for kind of using the Mediterranean climate to grow grapes, kind of going from there. And the Alliance itself prepared a American Viticultural Area, or AVA, federal designation for the Yucaipa Valley to essentially establish kind of the recognition of a grape growing region. And so they have an AVA petition called the Yucaipa Valley AVA with the federal government. And so that kind of sets the stage of, for those that produce grapes and produce wine, that falls under the Yucaipa Valley AVA. And then, so with that interest kind of came through is, okay, how could the city participate in that? What would make sense? And so this kind of started off with the phase one, which was a research phase with the city. Community Advisory Committee, the AVA Planning Committee was formed, and through consultant support, kind of research, what does it look like? What are some of the challenges, opportunities in terms of wine industry, and then what are some of the limitations and opportunities within the city of Yucaipa for that? Part of the challenge is we don't necessarily have an agricultural zoning or kind of the, existing, established vineyards. The Napa region had vineyards for well over a century. And so we don't necessarily have that kind of history. And then the second part of it is that most of the vacant land in the city of Yucaipa is zoned as residential. A number of different state laws have really constrained local cities and their ability to govern that land outside of residential, or really constrains what the city has available at its disposal to create lands for other purposes other than residential. And so those community members really represented a lot of different types of interests and were tasked with finding creative solutions and compromises on the path forward on behalf of the city council. And then ultimately that led to the development of the Wine Country Specific Plan. Through the research of the phase one, it really kind of came through as we have to be a little bit more conscientious on creating a plan. That way we can avoid certain issues and kind of create the critical mass for that industry if that was to move forward. And so a specific plan itself is a tool of the city's general plan, or tool allowed under state law to implement the general plan and create specific standards within a specific area of the community. And so it is a policy document that implements the policies within the general plan and provides kind of the area-specific guidance and requirements. So the existing zoning districts that we have in the city are kind of a broad brush that's applied kind of universally throughout the community and doesn't necessarily capture unique features or opportunities and constraints or desires beyond just that broad brush. And so specific plans are a tool under state law that helps kind of tailor different approaches based on whatever the community's direction is for that particular area. And so with that, through the phase one and kind of the guiding light of that is the committee established in the phase one process a vision statement kind of stating what are we going to try to work through. And so as the Yucaipa Valley AVA is recognized as a thriving, award-winning viticultural area based on sustainable growing and harvesting practices. And it really kind of lays out that we want to make sure through that effort that the balance of different activities are happening, work and kind of enhance the city of Yucaipa and enhance both where the grapes are grown, the success of that, but also making sure that there's conservation of land with that and creating, an expansive trail network enjoyed by residents and visitors. And so this was part of what was the light that the committee worked under and had established. And then they also established kind of guiding principles. And so this was a big component of what the approach was. And so support viticulture and winemaking industry that protects the rural atmosphere of Yucaipa, certainly honoring the rights of existing property owners. Because of properties that are vacant or zoned as residential, the property owners have certain rights related to that, and so wanted to make sure that that was upheld too. The third guiding principle is follow a planned approach for the development of the wine industry to encourage appropriate wine-related economic growth and agritourism. The fourth was sustainable viticulture and winemaking practices, and then the last part was support appropriate small-scale winery-related uses such as tasting room, bed and breakfast inns, to help kind of support that industry as well. And so with that, through the kind of phase one and into phase two, the largest kind of consolidated area of vacant land in the city is within the North Bench. And so this became the area of the wine country specific plan. For the most part, it's vacant land. There's kind of a small spattering of different uses and 3 chicken ranches along there, but certainly provides more of a blank slate in terms of being able to implement that wine vision that was being sought by the community. And so the existing plan kind of covers a few different components. So as I mentioned, state law is kind of challenging in terms of residential designations. So you have a zone capacity as established under state law. So it's a mathematical number of, okay, what is the density allowed? In this case, with the R01, it's 1 dwelling unit per acre. And then so you apply that over the land area, and so that creates the number, so approximately 1,000 homes on approximately 1,000 acres with that state determination. And then SB 330 is kind of the law that creates that kind of hamstring element that we have in the city, is that prohibits cities from making planning decisions or zoning changes that reduce the housing capacity. And so that is a big component of it, is that the area is allowed to have over 1,000 houses. And so the wine country specific plan maintains that, does not add to it, but it does reconfigure that 1,000 units to essentially free up more than 50% of the land for other uses, including both areas for the vineyards and wineries, as well as open space. And then another component that was big with the planning committee and the research was making sure that any kind of activity that happens has to be tied to kind of a bona fide vineyard. And so there's a requirement that any winery, commercial use has to be tied to a property that has 75% of that site under vine. So that way you don't have a large commercial venture, they plant a row of grapes and say, hey, we're a winery. It really is the winery, the vineyard comes first. And then if you have enough land area, then you're able to then provide additional commercial uses. And then other elements are also allowed too. So we do have some historic olive groves kind of along Oakland Road. And so those type of uses are also allowed where you can plant other crops, but you don't necessarily get credit for some of the commercial uses. It's still focused on the winemaking and kind of that agritourism, but other stuff can also come into play as appropriate and based on the properties. And so this is kind of the land use plan that has been developed for the wine country specific plan. Now, in terms of wineries, there are 3 different categories that were established in the specific plan. We have the micro, which is a 2.5 acre minimum, so it requires essentially over 81,000 square feet of vineyard. And then it really limits the commercial uses to only production and kind of a small wine tasting venue. And then we move to the artisan, which is a 5 acre minimum, so at least 163,000 square feet of vineyard. And then it does allow the production and wine tasting venues, and then also allow some smaller scale events that can be permitted as well. And then the last one is the boutique winery, which is at least 10 acres, so 326,000 square feet of vineyard. And then commercial uses can include the production of wine, and then it can also allow for kind of a little bit of larger events. It does show to 150 people as part of the errata sheet that I'll reference later. It does establish that 150 person limit would come into play with properties that are over 20 acres. And so it does increase the number based on what is in the current draft specific plan, and Plan Commission can certainly modify beyond that as well. And then one thing to note as well is that the vineyards don't necessarily have to have the commercial use on site. There's no obligation that you do that, but it is a flexibility provided that if you have more area under vine, you are open to these other things that can help kind of support the business operations for that and add to kind of that model that they may use as a wine operator. And then kind of the last part is, because we do have the zone capacity under state law, is we have 2 land use designations for residential units. The first one is the state lots. These are half-acre lots, and really designed to be a transition to existing neighborhoods. And so if you look on the screen, this is the RS20, so this is half-acre lots right here. Actually, technically slightly under half-acre lots along there. And so the transition is that these estates would abut those existing neighborhoods. And so you would have kind of a comparable kind of neighborhood feel from what's already happening across the street, and really containing that extension from it. And then the other component is the villas, which are the 10,000 square feet. This itself is really prioritized within the interior of the plan. And a lot of the component for that is because of Wilson Creek. There was a desire to have this as dedicated open space. Right now, as it stands on prior projects been mapped, this is all within people's yards. It is not available for public use. It would be in private property. And so the specific plan itself calls out that this would become a dedicated public open space, and include a trail connection to El Dorado Park as well. And so that is a component. And so the smaller lots kind of consolidate the area in order to maintain that open space, and also provide a green belt of vineyards around the area as well. And so this is kind of a comparison of this kind of segment, kind of showing the existing land use. So this is residential development that would encompass kind of the entire expanse of the area of the one country specific plan, whereas the one country specific plan limits the area that would be allowed for any residential development, and would instead prioritize other elements such as the vineyards as well as open space. And kind of that philosophy was, an idea that the current approved projects, have lots that backed into Oakland Road where houses to be built there. And so kind of the idea from the committee and kind of the format of the specific plan was these kind of key corridors such as Oakland Road wouldn't have any houses. You wouldn't see any houses from there. It would be hidden, and you would see the agricultural uses instead be the dominant view shed for people traveling through Yucaipa. And then as part of the project phasing, it is set up as a 20-year kind of planning period. So development does take a long time. It does not happen instantaneously. So the plan itself assumes at least kind of a 20-year planning horizon with 5 overall phases. And then the specific plan itself sets kind of the requirements. And then as individual property owners come in with what they want to do on the property, they get measured by the standards in the wine country specific plan. And so things such as the trail exhibit here would be something that is required. And so part of the philosophy in the plan is that there would be connections, for example, going from the east side of the plan area, so existing neighborhoods, going west to El Dorado Park, and providing that connectivity to that existing city park facility, but then also providing opportunities for access and trails from south to north, and providing a kind of connection from there. City of Yucaipa has also been working with other property owners in the county area to try to get trail connections and access, public access, to kind of Yucaipa Ridge, and building out the emerald necklace that the city's general plan would like to see implemented over the entire build out of the city. And then so I do have in here, the specific plan itself is not necessarily set in stone. Tonight's meeting from the Plan Commission, as well as ultimately the City Council, can discuss any modifications that they think would be appropriate. We did include in a errata sheet in the packet that shows changes that we are recommending based on the outreach efforts, and kind of key items are proposed. And so this does include some increased trail and bike standards, being a little bit more clear on some of those requirements. Again, some modification to some of the winery activities. So I mentioned the outdoor or the event venues, the number of people that would be allowed there. That has been scaled out, so it's a little bit higher property size is required in order to qualify for that different stuff. And then some of the noise mitigation measures from the environmental review. And then kind of a key component too is a public safety CFD that would help fund the fire and police services and offset any general fund expenditures. This is listed in it. This was included as a condition of approval, and so we're making sure that the specific plan would include that language. One additional change that I do want to note that was not in the rata sheet is for the category bed and breakfast is the modification should be for 6 guests and not 6 rooms. And so that would be another change that should be added in as well. And then certainly the Plan Commission can consider the errata sheet in its entirety, sections of it, or add additional stuff to it for City Council's ultimate approval. And then once that is done, then we'll incorporate that into the final draft of the specific plan. All right. So one thing I want to kind of cover just very high level is some of the kind of pros and cons. This was something that community members had asked is, really kind of condensed down what is the benefits, what are some of the challenges and issues. And so this state's just a very high level look at it. Individuals may have other opinions of different features, but certainly just want to try help highlight that. And so one country specific plan potential benefit is that vineyards create that green belt. So rather than necessarily backyards spacing along the entire plant area, as you're using the vineyards to help kind of create a green space. So that way, rather driving up Oakland Road, you're not looking at fences and backyards, but you're looking at vineyards. But one of the cons is that vineyards do require upkeep, and so making sure that any winery that gets established is successful is going to be paramount. That way the vines don't turn into disrepair. Now, another component is the one country specific plan increases commerce, and so it does add opportunities for increased property taxes, sales taxes that help fund city activities, including the CFD for public safety. But certainly as part of that, by having increased activity for the winery, is it does add people that would do wine tasting, and so concerns from community members include just increased traffic, as well as concerns about people being impaired on the roadways, and so those are components to that as well. Certainly, one of the other components is that the wine country specific plan provides infrastructure connections, and so as I mentioned, the trail network going from east to west and north to south, that activity creating public trails that weren't necessarily provided in any of the previously approved projects is a component, but certainly there is an increase related to the wine activity. Do want to note, based on the wine tasting, the traffic, it represents about a 2% amount of the roadway infrastructure. So the 2-lane roadways have for level of service, A has, I think, about 9,600 or 12,000 vehicles that can travel on that roadway in a day. And so the activity itself with the wineries represents only 2% of that number. And then the last component is kind of the marketable use of the property. And so by having opportunities for wine tasting as well as some of the smaller lots, may be more marketable in terms of those property owners and what they choose to do with the property. But certainly one of the elements to that is it does probably result in a little bit faster return in terms of the rate of development versus if it stays as RR1, it will probably be a little bit more slowly accomplished through time. And then certainly as part of that, we do have kind of the same for the RL1. And so part of it is the RL1 maintains kind of the notion of 1 lot, 1 acre. And so that's certainly an element that has been preferred in terms of different neighbors in that area. One thing that is a little bit problematic or at least challenging is that state law has evolved quite a bit in the past number of years, and so the city itself can't prohibit someone that would subdivide that. And so technically, while it was RL1 and is 1 acre lots, the developer that does a master subdivision would do 1 acre lots, but there's nothing that would stop the future owners developing and subdividing those lots further. And so technically the effect is that half-acre lots are allowed under state law within the wine country specific plan under the RL1 designation. Second component is that with the RL1 is people can still plant crops on their property, and so they don't necessarily need the specific plan in order to plant a grapevine on their property, but without kind of the requirement that the area is under vine or as an agricultural preserve, is that there's no expectation that people will do that. And so you may have 1 property or 2 properties that plant grapes, but it won't necessarily be consistent. And then there's no scaling of wine production that would contribute to any sort of kind of commercial activity and creating the critical mass that would be associated with that. Now, certainly, as kind of talked about the wine country specific plan, kind of the con is that you would have a slower rate of growth. And so certainly as part of the city's kind of longer term tradition of having a more slow growth approach is that would help uphold kind of that element. That said, because of the projects that had been approved as well as SB 9 and other stuff, so ADU law in itself, we have the custom home overlay district that requires larger setbacks. But with an ADU, you can build it 4 feet from your side and rear property line. And so you will, the vision of what I think the community expectations are with R1 may not be true as the build out occurs. So over the course of 20 to 30 years, the expectation may not match the reality at that time. And then the last kind of component is that when you have kind of the larger lots, you see a lot sales type approach. And so that represents kind of a custom home. Everyone is building kind of a one-off home in that philosophy. As part of it, though, as I mentioned with like the ADU laws, you can still have buildings into those setbacks, but there's also no consistent or kind of true standard for custom home development. And so, you know, someone that wants to do a manufactured home is still allowed to do so in that area. And then another component with that is yeah, people can do that, but certainly there's no requirement. And then the last part is with updates to state law. The city itself doesn't necessarily have objective standards. So the custom home overlay district says, you know, do design such as Craftsman, but there's no standards to say on the plan review side whether or not someone actually meets that, and the city has no enforceability of that kind of idea. Now, I want to note kind of generally as we kind of look through everything, kind of balance of different concerns and stuff. So part of it, you know, certainly there are those that are hopeful that there will be no development that occurs, or certainly maintaining kind of the R01. And, you know, that is part of the discussion, something that the committee was trying to balance. The second part is kind of the wineries. There's kind of a dichotomy of issues where either the wineries are going to fail or they're going to be so successful they're going to create a lot of traffic and concerns. And then the last part is kind of the development area is, hey, we want to have larger lots, but we also want to have area for open space and vines. And the reality is land is finite, the space is there. And so as you kind of figure out how much land goes for open space or vineyards, reduces the land available for housing and that kind of thing. And so these were a lot of things that the committee had recognized through the development of phase 1 and phase 2, and tried to work through and try to find a solution to these related issues. And that is ultimately what was proposed as the wine country specific plan. Now, kind of as a last component, the wine country specific plan is subject to the environmental review under California law, which is the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. The city prepared a SEIR, so it's a supplemental environmental impact report. So it's kind of the gold standard of environmental review. And so it did assess kind of the change from the existing RL1 to, if the wine country specific plan is developed, what would be the difference with that. It did include both the 26 wineries as kind of the worst case scenario, as well as all the allowed units under the zone capacity. So as I mentioned, kind of 1,000 homes on 1,000 acres, it assesses that. Doesn't necessarily mean that that will be what is built. People that choose to develop their property may not always build at the limit. And so if they have a property that's, let's say, 40 acres, they may decide to submit a project that's 35 units rather than 40 based on what they're trying to achieve and the market that they're capturing. And so that would result in less impacts and would still remain covered in the EIR. Now, in terms of the history of the EIR, so it kind of started with the preparation and scoping meeting for the wine country specific plan. So this was issued and published in July 13th, 2022. From there, the city did have a scoping meeting for the public to talk about kind of the SEIR process and the environmental review and the topics that we discovered. And so this was on July 27th, 2022. After that, we moved into the EIR itself being available. And so it was published on December 5th of 2023 and available for a public review from December 8th, 2023 through January 22nd, 2024. So almost more than a full year after the notice of preparation when we started working on the EIR is when it became available for public review. And then that was published in December of 2023. It was also submitted to the state clearinghouse for state agency review. And then from there, we did receive some public comments on the EIR. And so the final EIR has been published, and so that was included on the city's website during this month, and then as part of the Plan Commission packet and the resources on the city's website. And so the EIR itself covered kind of 20 different topics that are under the Appendix G of the CEQA guidelines, the kind of the rubric of what cities need to evaluate, or any agency that's taking action. And then it did include a number of different technical reports to help support that analysis. The EIR itself is not a decision-making element. It's a tool to help disclose the environmental impacts of a project. So it doesn't necessarily make a decision for or against a project, but just making sure that as the decision makers make a decision, they're aware of that component on top of all the other elements that they're weighing in terms of their land use decision. And kind of the key environmental takeaways is that air quality and greenhouse gas impacts will remain significant and unavoidable. The build out of the general plan had a significant unavoidable impacts for these two categories as well. And so having that activity and adding a little bit more with the wineries doesn't result in less impacts. And so the impact remains. However, the remaining impacts are less than significant. Some of the benefits in terms of environmental perspective relate to biological resources, now that Wilson Creek would be a dedicated kind of natural open space area rather than within people's yards. The agricultural impacts are technically enhanced by creating new ag lands, and so there's a small portion where an existing olive grove is that's considered as prime agricultural land, and that is it. And certainly with the addition of vineyards, then you end up resulting in new mapped prime farmland. And then a component to it is that with the water infrastructure improvements that would be required, the fuel rates from irrigated vineyards and landscapes, and the strict fire code, so the wine country specific plan includes additional measures and conditions as part of the EIR for wildfire, and so it reduces what would be the outcome for kind of a wildfire related activity near the plan area. And then ultimately the water supply for the city is adequate to serve the plan at build out as well as the vineyards, which would have non-potable water to provide support for those. And so with that, that kind of concludes my presentation. I do have some additional slides on kind of the different council actions that occurred over the past 5 years. If there's interest, but I know there's a lot of public comment slips. But really, the specific plan is a policy document that requires some sort of recommendation of city council. So whatever action the plan commission takes tonight, this will still go to the city council as the final review board. And so the plan commission can either approve the specific plan and the related findings as well as environmental findings. They can approve it with additional modifications to help meet the findings. So the city's development code includes provisions for the adoption of a specific plan, and as long as that is there. And then the plan commission also has the ability to deny this specific plan and make that recommendation for city council. And so whatever the direction is, I will be taking notes on kind of a rata sheet if there's any additional changes that the plan commission is interested in seeing. But with that, that kind of concludes my presentation. I did see a handout come out, and it seemed like there was some unknown whether or not this handout was prepared by the city or not, and this handout was not prepared by the city. So in case anyone was wondering if it was or not, the city did not make this handout. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, so with the city being the applicant, then we start public comment? Oh. Okay, with that, I guess we'll move into public comment. Tony, you wanna?
And again, folks, the last slip that we accepted for sure to talk was Mr. Miskin. I think that was at 48 speakers. If we can move it along, we'd sure like to hear more. There were some that came in after that. But again, please be courteous. Please allow your neighbors to have a chance to speak. Please don't disrupt the meeting. And let's all have a chance to have our voices heard and to get as many speakers as possible. We know it's going to be a long meeting, so with that, I'm the timekeeper elected, so I guess we'll start with public comment. Maria?
Okay,
Okay, first we have Kevin Brooks.
just keep in mind you got 3 minutes. Could you state your name and address for our records?
Kevin Brooks, 1745 East Harmony Way, Santan Valley, Arizona. Also, Yucaipa High School, class of 1980. Planning commissioners, thank you for your time. We know that the background, you all know the background for the proposed Yucaipa Valley specific plan. It's been nearly a 5-year process. In my opinion, it's been a very transparent process. The 2 phases of the ad hoc committee meetings are made up of multiple stakeholders, some of which were present on the Planning Commission. There's been a couple of 5-0 City Council votes to push the specific plan forward and commit significant city resources of time and money for this proposed specific plan. As you're aware, there's multiple housing laws that have been passed by Sacramento in the past few years. During phase 2 of this ad hoc meeting process, the group I represent went into escrow to purchase the Casablanca Ranch property. The city solicited us to provide $100,000 contribution towards the EIR-related process for the proposed specific plan. The reason why we did this was during the second phase of the ad hoc meeting, our vision for the proposed specific plan and surrounding areas was generally with our vision for this area. It is a special area of the city requiring thoughtful development. The proposed Yucaipa Valley Wine Country specific plan represents thoughtful development that's far superior than what could be developed under current zoning guidelines and the existing approved tentative tract maps in this area. It is my opinion that the current housing prices and economics are such that this area will be developed one way or another over the next decade. So it comes down to what development should look like. I understand the emotions are high regarding this area. The proposed specific plan does not increase the number of homes that can be built in this area, but does provide more open space preservation. It provides dedicated area for vineyards and boutique wine industry, a scenic corridor along Oak Glen Road, and a link to the history of the area and more trails, which is far superior, in my opinion, than just rooftops. To the local residents, I'm open to meet with anyone that to share my vision for this area and the Casablanca property. My cell number is 909-730-9620. I request that the conversations be civil, as in some cases with the comments, attacks on the city staff, planning commissioners, and council members have crossed the line, in my opinion. In closing, I respectfully request the Planning Commission to vote in favor of Yucaipa Valley Wine Country specific plan and send this issue to the City Council with a positive recommendation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. You went over.
Oh, sorry. Start.
Okay,
I'm going to be calling the next 3 names. If you could come up in order, that way when the next speaker is done with their 3 minutes, we can kind of move the public comment along. So next will be Kathleen Bryan, Sean Flynn, and Alexis Alvarez, please.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Bryan.
Sorry.
Am I doing something wrong?
No, you did not.
Okay. It's interesting that I'm following Mr. Brooks. My husband and I live on the north side of Oak Glen Road, east and south of the Casablanca Historic Ranch. We're essentially surrounded by the project that will be number one in this development. And we fully support the plan. After my retirement from the San Bernardino Superior Court, I have worked as a private judge and mediator for many years. And I really want to praise the amount of compromise that went into this plan. Essentially, we're talking about 5 years, hundreds of hours of discussion and meetings and input from various and sundry stakeholders, hundreds of thousands of dollars in reports that have been prepared, and thoughtful discussions about how this should look. I'm confident, knowing how mediations and discussions work, that the trails and open space people wanted more open space. The Yucaipa Wine Alliance wanted more vineyards. Economic development probably wanted more revenue for this city, and developers wanted as many homes as they could build. Many, many concessions, large and small, resulted in this plan. It's a compromise, not perfect, but something that meets the needs of the greatest number of citizens. In my experience, the loudest and angriest voices do not necessarily represent the majority view. In this case, I do not believe that they do. As I gathered signatures in support of the plan, I have talked to many of my neighbors and friends. The overwhelming feedback that I have gotten is that this is a win-win. Indeed, many people have asked for
If we could ask you to wrap it up, we're coming on our 3 minutes.
Okay, it's not perfect, and certainly not everybody is going to be happy, but this is our opportunity to preserve 500 acres on the North Bench in perpetuity. I think it's a brilliant compromise, and I would request that the Planning Commission recommend approval to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sean Flynn. I just wanted to say I support the Yucaipa Wine Country Specific Plan. I would love to create a destination wine country here in Yucaipa, and I urge you guys to vote to bring this project to Yucaipa and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alexis. I'm just a young person in Yucaipa. I understand that there's going to still be a lot of houses, and I know that this has been a compromise that it's still going to have the houses, but at least we get a little bit more trails in the area. Wilson Creek has been one that hasn't been open very often, and it's somewhere that I already bike at. It's somewhere I already go to the park for. It's the way that I go up and down the road without having to use the road unsafely. And so we're just trying to just say that we still want a place to walk. We still want a place to have a community. We're just trying to find a compromise with what already is on the plan. So I just ask for you guys to make a good decision to preserve the environment that's around us, as well as give us opportunities, job opportunities that don't require us to go outside the city to commute, because that is something that young adults are trying to get jobs and trying to have a living, but it's hard when we have to leave the city to do so. So we're just trying to make a voice about this concern, that we still want the trails, we still want the jobs, and we still want to work hard, and we still want to have fun. So that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
3 more?
The next 3 speakers, will you please come up? Phil Allen, Lloyd Rekstad, and Joel McCabe.
Can't get this thing to work, right? Who was the first speaker, Maria?
Mr. Allen, Bill Allen.
I take him off the list.
Okay. Mr. Rickstead. I apologize, the timer for some reason has been cleared, but I'm monitoring the 3 minutes and we'll go from there.
But we
I'll
can't
start
see
your
it.
time over.
We can't see it here.
For the program's been cleared, Lloyd.
Okay.
I apologize.
I'm asking the Planning Commission to remain committed to adhering to the development guidelines in the general plan, which was created by a broad cross-section of Yucaipa citizens and ratified by the City Council. This plan calls for 1 dwelling unit per acre and the zoning to be RL1. Proposed wine country specific plan proposes to change simply residential 4.6 dwellings per acre. It's my understanding that once these lots are sold, the details of development of these lots, placement and design of those homes and other developmental details will not require Planning Commission review or approval. It will simply be a decision made by the staff. This removes broad-based community oversight from the process. Putting these decisions in the hands of unelected city staff is not consistent with Yucaipa Development Protocol, and it may lead to unbridled expansion, such as already proposed bed and breakfast, tasting rooms, restaurant, boutique hotels, and other commercial development. This is in opposition to the general plan and totally inconsistent with the best interest of the city of Yucaipa. You must consider that fact. Additionally, it's unreasonable, really unreasonable, that the city of Yucaipa should be promoting a project in which the city may find itself financially liable for business failures or losses of property owners. That is precisely what this project is promoting. It's wrong to subject tax-paying citizens of Yucaipa to be forced to pay for potential failures of speculative hobbyists, that is, the grape growers. Other communities may engage in this practice. That doesn't justify doing it in Yucaipa. Also, it's my strong belief that the current Planning Commission has members that must recuse themselves from discussion and decision-making in all aspects of this plan. Being involved in the sale of real estate and vineyard development is enough to remove you from the process. It's the only ethical choice you have. Finally, the wine country specific plan must be reviewed more closely and scrutinized at greater length before it's ready for development. I know that ultimately the approval of this plan is in the hands of the City Council, but I urge you tonight, vote to put this plan on hold. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joel McCabe. I think one thing we're missing here is the fact that if this plan is allowed in this area, it opens up the floodgates for all the remaining areas that are open up there as well. So our friends and neighbors that live in the North Bench can be inundated with a lot more housing and a lot more wineries. I believe we have a conflict of interest in our own planning commissioner, who is very involved in the wine community and on the wine planning committee. She's also the vice president of the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance. Her bio reads, Donna acts as a liaison for the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance in many political arenas and has been a key architect in the Yucaipa Valley Wine Country Specific Plan. I took a page from the overview and ground rules of the Wine Country Planning Committee dated July 20th, 2021, page 4. The committee is governed by the Brown Act. Discussions regarding the subject matter of the Wine Country Specific Plan should take place during a noticed public meeting of the committee. Members shall refrain from having such conversations outside a public meeting. This includes in-person meeting, email chains, and social media. Commissioner Snodgrass, you have blown that rule right out of the water. You have been lobbying and supporting the Wine Country Specific Plan all over town, publicly and social media, handing out "We support Yucaipa Wine Country" signs and verbally saying the support verbally saying you support the plan at the second town hall. On a side note, pro-wine country material was being distributed out of your car this evening. Even when you were nominated to be on the Planning Commission in 2024, there was no consideration to stop lobbying, even though a planning commissioner's ethics would say not to vocally support a project until you have heard the public comments and received feedback. You never pumped the brakes or tried to slow down your public support of this plan. Again, the bio states, Donna acts as a liaison for the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance and in many political arenas has been a key architect in the Yucaipa Valley Wine Country Specific Plan. You are in the vineyard business and you are deeply rooted in this plan. You have violated the Brown Act by your action as a planning commissioner and a committee member. Commissioner Snodgrass, please recuse yourself from this self-serving plan.
Members of the commission, my name is Michael Ryder. I'm the Assistant City Attorney. You've seen me and two of the Deputy City Attorneys rotate. Let me address an issue involving this particular hearing. This is a legislative hearing. A legislative hearing is different than a quasi-judicial hearing. None of the commissioners are acting as the judge, and there's special requirements for that under the procedural due process requirements under the United States Constitution. So it's a different animal. This is a legislative action. So what that means is that people can take positions on it. It's no different than a council member saying they want a ordinance once they're elected or before it's considered by everybody else. And so there is no legal conflict of interest on that. There's also, under the Political Reform Act, you can't own property that would require a recusal. Commissioner Snodgrass, do you own any property within the specific plan area?
No.
Do you own any property within 500 feet of the boundaries of the project?
No.
So from a legal perspective, that's not a conflict of interest.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, the next three speakers, please come up. Linda Bedford, Bill Turbury, and Matt Underwood.
Good evening. My name is Linda Bedford, and I live on Carter Street. When I attended the meetings about the creation of the AVA in Yucaipa, I was in favor of exploring the possibilities. I understand the hard work that has been put in to trying to create this dream. However, what the WCSP has morphed into is not what was talked about in the early days. The VAPC guidelines from January 2021 stated that, and we saw it up there, support viticulture and the winemaking industry in a way that protects the rural atmosphere of Yucaipa and honor the rights of existing property owners. The current WCSP does neither of those things. This plan goes against the rural living lifestyle that we on the North Bench are entitled to enjoy in the existing general plan. Downsizing the lots from RL1 to 10,000 square feet isn't allowed in fire and flood zones to begin with, although the city can change that. Smaller lot sizes can be accomplished in other areas of the city that are not designated are rural living. Building 4 houses per acre instead of 1 would quadruple the traffic, air, and light pollution to start with. Plus, it would make evacuating in times of fire, floods, and other disasters that much more hazardous and potentially cost lives. And I was one of the people that had to evacuate in 2020, and it was a mess then, with increased houses and people and cars. It'll be that much worse. I also want to mention that the maps we saw at the information meetings are incomplete at best and misleading at the worst. More accurate maps were asked for more than once, but never provided till the one I saw tonight, which was not from the city. I want it on the record that for the above reasons, as well as the reasons stated in my SEIR response, that I am against the current wine country specific plan. Thank you.
Excuse me. Hello, Planning Commissioners. My name is Bill Tilbury. I live at 11773 Peachtree Circle. I am for the wine country specific plan. I look at it plain and simple. 500 acres we can save. If we don't go that route, we could build all over that hill. And if my numbers are correct, each and every acre can have as much as 6 residents on it, 6. What's that gonna do to the traffic? What's that gonna do to rural life? At least with, with this plan, not only are we saving 500 acres, but we're setting up the residential areas in a way that will limit the ADU plan that has just come out. I don't see it as any more than a no-brainer on this. If we want the rural life, I would suggest we go towards that direction. Everything's changing. It's always going to be changing. Let's see what we can do to at least mitigate that change. I'm also looking at the future of our kids. They've got a better future when we have an industry like this here. I see the other communities. Excuse me. Okay. I see the other communities, and what are they doing to keep their revenue up? They're looking at putting up warehouses. I see an industry that is far beyond that. Not only the typical service, but the science that would go into the engineering, soils engineering, the preparation of the land for the viticulture, all of that gives job opportunities for the kids. So there's a lot there. Anyway, I'm going to end that. Just say I am for wine country specific plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
You got 3 more?
Matt Underwood, Diamond Street. I believe strongly in property rights, but I don't believe in special rights, and this plan gives away many special rights at the expense of residents that bought homes under the same zoning rules and pretenses. The special rights carved out by a small number of wine enthusiasts, landowners, realtors, and developers include 1, clustered housing for greater profit, and 2, allotment of about 300 more homes than what would be possible build out under our current award-winning state certified general plan, and 3, a commercial drinking district of up to 26 establishments in a residential area. This isn't a vineyard and open space plan, but a drinking district and cluster housing plan. If vineyards were the goal, that could be done now, or 10 years, or 50 years ago. What do existing residents along Ivy, Carter, Juniper, Fremont, Oak Glen Road, and the rest of the city get from this plan? Less safety, more noise, more traffic, and drunk driving. What do existing residents not get? Upgraded infrastructure, parks, and other than a single trail, no open public space. At the 3rd community meeting, one proponent of the plan tried to make apologetics for commercial drinking in a residential area by citing county DUI arrest data, and people actually applauded, like somehow we're supposed to pretend drinking wine and driving is good. The only statistic that matters is mortality. 1 is too many. In my work, I see mangled bodies and death almost every day resulting from alcohol. Let's not have any delusion that luck will last forever as people leave the wine district and drive through residential Yucaipa. The question then for the deciders will be, was it worth it? Completely real dramatics aside, some basic research tells that the wine industry faces economic headwinds. One fire, one fruit fly, one economic downturn puts the city at risk because this plan calls for the city stepping in to support the vines in the event of a business defunct until a new suitor emerges. This exemplifies what everyone hates about government at all levels. Special interests get special treatment via the vehicle of government, but yet government, the taxpayer, becomes the backstop when things fail. And finally, I'll say this. The appearance of bias, personal ethics, integrity, and self-respect of deciders in local government should supersede what one might technically view as legal. If you have had important relationships with planners, promoted this plan, and already have voiced you would vote for this plan long before the debate was over and all citizens that wanted to be heard were heard, then you should be honorable and decent and recuse yourself. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Kim Shapiro, Matt Heckman, and Tim Runkian.
Ma'am, the other mic, please.
I wanted to be short. My name's Kim Shapiro. I live at 35686 Oleander Avenue in Yucaipa. I'm opposed to this plan. I bought my house in Yucaipa to live in a rural setting. I didn't buy my house to live in a vineyard or a wine country. I have a cousin who lives in Temecula. He bought a house there because he wanted to have a vineyard. And he tells me that although he likes having restaurants nearby, he cannot go anywhere on a weekend. He can't go to the grocery store, he can't do anything on the weekend because the traffic is too bad on the weekends. This plan includes not only the houses that might be there regardless of a winery or not, but additionally there's going to be over 1,600 additional cars on a weekend day according to the plan. That's a lot of traffic that's up there. Southern California Edison just had a meeting last week. They are putting underground utilities up in that area. They're taking utilities that are above ground and putting them underground as a priority due to the wildfire risk that's up there. And it's not due to wind, it's due to the egress. The lack of egress currently, with the current number of residents, is so bad that Edison has prioritized our project up there to put the utilities underground because if a wildfire erupts, right now, they don't believe people can get out in a timely manner. You're thinking of adding 1,000 more houses and 1,600 additional cars being up there with tourists on the weekend, and there's no other additional ingress or egress that's gonna be out of there. So it's already a hazard for the traffic, it's only gonna get worse. If you live anywhere up there and on apple season, try to turn onto Oak Glen Road. You can't. We're gonna have that in addition to 1,600 cars on a weekend day on those same roads. This area was not built for that. It was not built to be a winery. This area was built and has been designated as RL1 for rural living. That's why people bought houses here, and that's why we decided to live in Yucaipa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Matt Heckman. I live on Ramona Street, and I've been part of this community my whole life. I speak against this specific plan as it is written, although I am for it in principle. Open space is great, and I would absolutely like more of that. At the same time, I absolutely appreciate the right of property owners to develop the land that they own, and don't want to stand in the way of that either. That said, I am for the idea of smaller lots being developed in the larger 1,000-acre, generally speaking, area. Vineyards and wineries are not open space. The 75 or so acres that are designated for open space is open space as a nice thought. It's not really executing open space in a way that could be appreciated by all sides of the 1,000-acre area that's outlined in the specific plan. I would like to see more consideration given to open space, connections to that open space from the opposing sides, not just in the east to west direction along Wilson Creek, but connections to other areas. And think of it more as an open space with housing developments and some wineries in it instead of a vineyard space with some housing and the thought of some open space. I'll keep my comments brief. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Rankin. I live at 36438 Cathy Lane. I've lived in Yucaipa for about 15 years after living in Redlands for a while. I moved out here for a lot of what other people want. It's just a little bit more of an open space. I'm grateful for being here. I'm grateful to have a house that looks out onto the north bench, and it's beautiful. I'm actually for the proposed plan, and it's for one main reason. It's the compromise that we are able to create open land in perpetuity. I recognize this is a very difficult thing to do, and I looked at this plan in quite a long, I guess I looked at the plan for quite a while, studied this, and understand both sides. It's a compromise. There's no doubt about it. I think that the compromise works. I'm grateful to be able to see and be able to take part in the community, be able to have the open space that would be allotted. Admittedly, I am interested in being able to add grapes on my property. I have a couple acres, and I think it's just a great use of land. And that is really my final say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are B. Mitchell, Joeva Peabody, and Holly Warner.
Maria, could you give the next three just so people know they're in the queue? Some are coming from the back and it's taking a little longer.
Shannon Armstrong, Craig Surig, and Denise Work.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. B. Mitchell here, address 10395 Sprague Avenue. I live almost all the way up Oak Glen. And I'd like to start by saying that I strongly oppose this development. There are folks here talking about children, the well-being of the children, and I would like to ask them, with all due respect, when was the last time that you had to drive a child to school? I have to dodge like 3 accidents every single morning driving to take my kid to middle school because there is so much traffic. People are in such a hurry that they don't care that they're driving through a school area, through a residential area. I'm also an community intervention worker. I have served the LA and Inland Empire County, San Bernardino counties for over 10 years, and I have been involved in countless alcohol-related disturbances. This is not necessarily about where it's a good plan. What about the hundreds of storefronts in Yucaipa that need the help? What about reaching out to families that already have space to grow the grapes? Why do we have to go into this area and ignore all these risk factors that those of us that have been living there, such as myself, we're 3 generations deep in this area, we've seen it grow, we've seen it change, we've seen how this area is just, somebody's just always waiting to develop it, but they never take into consideration the folks that committed to a certain type of lifestyle, such as the folks that have come in and given their testimony today. Furthermore, there are houses down Bryant, the Serrano Lake development. How many more houses and cars is that gonna bring? There's also, there's houses off of Bryant, there's houses off of Oak Glen, hundreds of houses, hundreds of cars, and then we wanna add 1,600 cars more. I don't think that this area is built for that. And I would like to preserve the all-American lifestyle that my father, who fought in Vietnam, went and gave his life for, so that my children can play outside, so that my children can have safe areas to play. And a trail is just not enough.
Can we ask you to wrap it up, please?
Oh, I'm done. But I want to ask you guys to stand for the American lifestyle, that those of us that have roots here, this is why we fight for Yucaipa. And read, come on, go into the businesses in Yucaipa Boulevard. So
That'll
many
be
storefronts
enough.
are closing.
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Joeva Peabody. I live on close to the corner of Oak Glen and Bryant. You still have not addressed the government code that states you must identify residential developments in any hazard area identified in the safety element that do not have at least 2 emergency evacuation routes. Your 1,000 homes is only about 50% of that area. It's not the whole thing, like you're making it sound spread out. The California Cal Fire Safety Element Checklist also requires cities to address evacuation routes. This completed checklist still has not been provided nor posted as previously requested. Wine Country is in a very high fire hazard area. Oak Glen Road is one designated evacuation route. Oak Glen Road and the small side streets of Ivy, Carter, and Fur, which are not designated evacuation routes, will not be sufficient to accommodate your potential. Actually, it's 2,182 vehicles for, 2 vehicles per 1,091 homes. The residents and the people that are visitors to Wine Country all trying to get down those roads to get to Bryant and then to other exit routes. You state that evacuation streets, Bryant and Oak Glen, are located adjacent to the Wine Country area, but you do not address the issue of how residents will be able to evacuate with only one evacuation road and the small roads before they reach Bryant with such an increase of people. You also stated you have enough fire response capability for the proposed area. I don't think so. Fire departments can only respond as fast as they are able. What if the closest fire response is at another fire? If a fire happens in the proposed area, it is likely that enough engines to combat a fire will not be able to get there fast enough to save lives and property. Fire spreads very quickly, as we saw in Paradise. That fire spread so quickly there was no time for many to get out, even with at least 2 evacuation routes. God forbid a fire happens in your proposed area without sufficient ways to evacuate. Vineyards burn quickly, as seen in Napa Valley. By putting 1,091 new homes in such a concentrated area surrounded by vineyards, you are setting up Wine Country for the loss of many lives if the surrounding mountains and vineyards catch fire, which, as we all know, happens more often than we care for. There will be no way to stop a fire spread of that magnitude, and folks will not be able to get out. The proposed plan is not set up like Temecula, where they have thousands of acreage, most of which are vineyards, not homes. And what about flooding and mud over Oak Glen Road? That happens. Cleanup from the last flooding is still ongoing, as seen when you go up Potato Canyon Road and other streets. What then? How will those people get out? Mark my words, people will die if this is not resolved and approved before proper evacuation routes are put into play. I recommend this be rejected on the grounds I've stated.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Holly Warner. I live on Ivy. I'm not going to comment in an abstract sense on Wine Country. I have a background writing environmental impact reports, so some technical issues. I dug into the EIR, and I'm sure as you've all read it, it refers back to the general plan update quite a bit, kind of comparing the two. So I kind of do a lot of cross-referencing. And so there's some technical things that I wanted to look at. The significant and unavoidable impacts in the wine country plan. There are less listed there. There's 7, whereas there's 12 in the general plan update. So I was looking at what the differences were, and it seems like those should be still listed in the wine country plan. I don't see why they wouldn't be. There's a mention of noise that got taken out, greenhouse gas emissions. There's the traffic issues at the interchange, as well as utility and service systems. Anyways, so I kind of like to know why those don't appear in both, since it is covering the same kind of area. The second issue, because I am a property owner on Ivy, I'm of course interested in traffic, and I think a lot of people are. So I was digging into the appendices on traffic. The traffic analysis in Wine Country Plan says that it was prepared to assess the impacts associated with the vineyard and winery components. They did not analyze the traffic for the additional residential traffic on Jefferson, Ivy, Fur, and Carter. It only looked, and then I looked at the general plan update, and it didn't address those streets either. The general plan update traffic appendices really only looked at Oakland Road and Bryant. So being a property owner on one of those streets, especially since in this plan you're saying that you're going to be widening several of these streets, I kind of want to know, I want the real math. Like, what are we talking about in terms of traffic all in, not just the winery traffic, but also the residential traffic, especially if you're going to be, taking land from property owners. I think that to have an informed discussion, we really need to have better estimates. So that's it. Thanks.
You. Maria?
Hi, I'm Shannon Armstrong. I really didn't check the box to speak, but I'm going to. I live at 10011 Walnut Tree Lane, and I'm going to come to you as just a lay citizen. I'm against this because mainly the traffic. I live on the corner of Bryant and the 38, and on the weekends, I'm on call. It takes me, on a normal day, 23 minutes to get to my hospital. On the weekends, coming out of Big Bear, that increases sometimes 15, 20 minutes, making me late to work, making me needing to get a hotel sometime. I can imagine what this is gonna do every day, every weekend, not just the wintertime, but the weekend. I moved to Yucaipa, I think 24 years ago, because of the 1 acre properties, because of the dreams of having horses when I was little. Just over there, this is what's gonna happen, the same thing, the rezoning, they rezoned, they planted horses over in horse property in Wildwood Canyon, and then they rezoned it, taking that property away from us. Right now, there's multiple accidents in my neighborhood alone, because it's a 2-lane highway. They're going across Bryant all the way from Oakland across. We see accidents every single day. Pray every single day that I'm not in an accident, that my kids aren't in accidents. But with all these wildfires, I have been evacuated from my home more times than I care. It's very scary for me. It's very scary to pack up my livestock to get going. Imagine all these other houses, all these other people coming through these neighborhoods. But actually, I was noticing on this map here, and people kind of needed to pay attention to where the houses are. The houses are right there in the waterway, and can we explain why the houses are mapped right through the waterway and not on the outskirts of this? The floods. It's going to happen, and I ask you guys to reconsider at least to the 1 acre properties and give people their open spaces that they're asking for. Vineyards are pretty to look at, but like right now, I have some vineyards in not vineyards, excuse me, a couple grape plants, sorry. They're dead. So they're just a bunch of sticks right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria, could you call the next?
Do we have Craig Subig?
Thank you. Craig Suveg, 37296 Ironwood Drive, Yucaipa, President, Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance, owner, winemaker, Suveg Cellars. As the patriarch of the Yucaipa wine industry, my vision in 2010 was to create an industry in Yucaipa that would benefit future generations in the respect that our young children would have a reason to stay in the city of Yucaipa. Promoting an industry that is the second most industry that brings people to it, I think is very beneficial. I am in support of the specific plan. I do realize it is a compromise, but in preserving as much open space as we can, I think that benefits all of us. I would like to see as much land vinified as possible. I would rather see that than homes. I do respect the open space area. I think it's wonderful. I think it's a reason why many of us live here, but Yucaipa really does need an identity. And the wine industry brings that to the table. The city of Yucaipa is known in 24 countries around the world because of Suveg Cellars. Now, I started a winery in a residential area and had 0 DUI offenses associated with my winery, 0 disorderly conduct offenses associated with my winery. In the United States, there is only 1 city in California that ranks in the top 10 with DUIs, and that's Costa Mesa, California, in Orange County. So the argument about DUIs is something that I think people are just grabbing at straws at this point. So I think we should all make that compromise and move on. And let's make Yucaipa a better place than we found it.
Thank you.
So next we have Denise Work, Jamie Lewis, Kimberly Kerner.
I'm Denise Work, and I take issue. Most of us moved to Yucaipa and we're damn proud that we live here. So we don't need to make it better by adding more people and wineries and some kind of industry. We love our city, and that's why we're here. So I want to make that clear. There are a lot of things that you all can do tonight. You can approve the plan as it is. You can make changes to the specific plan. I mean, you know that. You can deny the specific plan. I had so many notes and I got them wet. So that's not good. But two things that I want to say because I'm so limited in time. One is that vineyards are not open space. Vineyards are private property. Residents cannot hike, they cannot ride their horses, they cannot use vineyards. You can look at them, but you can't use them. So the idea that open space is a great thing if it's really open, and it is, but this is not open space. You can vinify all you want, but putting businesses and commercial businesses and much less wineries and wedding venues and yurts and B&Bs, which all are allowed in this specific plan, do not belong in residential areas. If you move to somewhere, and those businesses already exist, that's one thing, because you know what you're doing. These residents, I've had this problem with the plan, the entire planning process. These people did not ask for this. If you move to Oak Glen, you know it's apple season. You know people are gonna come up and play in the snow, and they're probably gonna park in your front yard. The same thing's gonna happen here. But these people didn't ask for that. They live here in a rural area, and that's what they want to keep it. And that's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Jamie Lewis, 10938 Plumview Lane. I think what everyone really needs to realize is that something is going to be built here. I was here 12 years ago when people opposed the development at that time. They were fighting the 1/2 acre lots. I believe the developer's name was Jonathan Weldy. He wanted to build probably a pretty nice development, to tell you the truth. Houses on 1/2 acres with trails and green areas. And those houses were going to be on actual 20,000 square foot lots. I know people didn't like it, but it probably, maybe in retrospect, maybe they're wishing for that now. I think everyone here, wants a good quality of life and to be able to maintain their property values. And I just worry about the 1/4 acre lots. I wonder if we could do this with no less than 20,000 square foot lots. I'm not against development. I'm not against the wineries. I know something's going to happen, whether people like it or not. We're here opposing vineyards when people in other cities are opposing warehouses. So I think vineyards are a lot better than warehouses. So that's all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kim Kerner. I live at 11386 Acropolis Drive. I grew up here and I spent most of my life here. I'm 45 at this point, and I'm currently a resident and equestrian in North Bench. I'm also a cultural agroecologist with a doctoral degree and 20 years of tracking the loss of rural agricultural communities and culture in California. I've watched them disappear around me my entire life, as well as in my field sites. So I might be bringing a unique perspective. And I ask that you remain committed to the current general plan at this time. I think we will end up with some level of development. I think there's a better pathway forward to a better level of development that addresses current serious issues. I appeal to preserving our town's rural heritage. Agricultural rural heritage is more than a handful of boutique micro farms and a trail. It's a total landscape, it's a community, and it's a lifeway that functions as an integrated whole. I'm for viable agricultural development. Based on University of California data, the median economically viable vineyard in California is 15 acres, and the average size is 82 acres. This is not an agricultural economic development plan. It's not a rural economic development plan. It's a plan to convert open space landscape to suburban density housing with some commercial development, primarily for entertainment. And I'm a fan of wine, vineyards, and would love to help, but this is not what it's saying it is. Economic development is possible using agritourism with lower density housing. Long-term rural economic development is growing agriculture, not suburban housing. Agritourism involves viewsheds and experiences that are different from other suburban areas. That's how you attract people there. This would not give that anymore. You have to have something different from other places. The current plan is also dangerous for public safety, as others have pointed out, with no clear plan or resources for adequate transportation corridors or emergency and disaster management. We have flood and fire risk in the area that will not be mitigated by having more housing, because some of that risk has to do with sharp elevation gain and surrounding federal land that is not going to be developed. And we have to handle that. There's no way around that. This is dangerous. It proposes high-density housing in an area that already faces environmental hazards and significant risk. We evacuated multiple times at this point in the last 5 years where I live. at one point with a wall of fire literally in front of us across Oak Glen Road. I don't know what we would have done if we would have had all of these people and cars trying to get out of this area.
Okay, could you wrap it up, please?
Yep. We're one of the last places in this region with our rural heritage left. Putting dense housing in some of our last remaining uninterrupted agricultural and green space regions would irretrievably ruin our city's heritage. To make short-term decisions with permanently damaging impacts for residents, future economic opportunities that support rural lifeways, and our land. A better compromise is possible, I believe, and needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we will have David Duran, Diesta West, and Colleen Wong. And after, Cami Ferguson, Kevin Miskin, and Ray Snodgrass.
Should we see how many more names she...
Yeah, that's a good idea.
While we're making the transition, Maria, how many more slips do you have for people to speak? Other than the...
With the 6 just called, we will have an additional 20.
An additional 20? Okay. I'm going to ask commissioners, we're at 8 o'clock right now. Should we go to 50 and see where we're at time-wise? Give as many people as possible a chance to speak, and then we'll see where we're at time-wise and go from there.
Yeah.
Thanks, folks. Please, if you're making a similar comment that's already been had, please keep it as short as possible, and hopefully we'll be able to open it for more folks to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We had next was
David Duran.
David Durant. Yeah.
No.
Huh?
Wait a second. Hang on 1 second, Lori. Attorney, can...
Yes.
Sure, thank you.
Go for it.
He's much kinder than I am anyway. If the wine country plan passes, Yucaipa once again will become an agricultural town, and that means farm workers. I will amend my previous estimate of the number of farm workers to 70 for the 545 projected acres of vineyards. No Yucaipa High School guidance counselor ever heard a student say they want to be a farm worker. Thus, we know the vineyard workers likely will all be undocumented Spanish speakers. And this is written by David Duran. I want an extra 10 seconds for that, Tony.
Oh, yeah.
I believe their housing must be investigated and resolved before the okay is given to allow the vineyards and the wineries. I realize you're not in the business of social issues, but when you okay agricultural to this extent, you must be concerned in good conscience about the living conditions of the farm workers. Housing is expensive in our community. Rentals typically are $2,000 and up for houses. At their wages, where are they going to live? You cannot suggest 2 or 3 families per house, as this is inhumane and a failing of doing what is morally right. The vineyard owners in the great grape-growing region of Sonoma County have successfully solved the issue. For many of their workers, they either provide housing on site, such as mobile homes at affordable rates, or they subsidize their outside housing costs. They understand the need to retain trained workers who will care for their vineyards. Field hands work year-round in the vineyards as the plants require continual care. In the North Bench, that means intense summer heat, cold, and likely snow in the winter. I ask you in good conscience to do the moral thing, to do the right thing for these outside hard workers, and insist that the vineyard proponents create a fund that will provide financial assistance for the housing of agricultural workers before the okay is given for the vineyards. If you approve the hundreds of acres of vineyards, you are granting that Yucaipa will become an agricultural town, which means farm workers and farm workers' families, they are human beings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd.
Hi, I'm Diasta West at 10351 Norton Avenue.
Thank you.
A lot of the things they've already talked about that I was very concerned about. One of that was the increased traffic and getting off since we were part of the fire up there. The other thing I want to know, with all the increased traffic, when does eminent domain kick in? Because we cannot handle it on our street on Carter or Bryant. And we keep saying that it's rural, but it's not. We've talked about a lot of commercial. We really do not want commercial in the rural area. It's just business, and we don't need business there. We need rural. And as it is zoned right now, and it was already alluded to, that is not open space. You can't go on someone's property to hike and to trail. All these houses in this plan, there's no parks, there's no trails, there's no playgrounds, but there's houses and we want families. That doesn't go together. I went to several of the WCSP meetings, and that meeting was not balanced. My daughter even went and read a letter for us, and she says, "Why are you even bothering?" Because they're not listening. It was not a balanced meeting. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Maria, next up was that Mr. Miss
Colleen Wong.
Colleen Wong.
Colleen Wong, Court Street. My comments tonight are, I'm against this plan. I think it is poorly written, poorly developed. I keep hearing about how there have been all these surveys, and that if I go back through the minutes, that that's where I can find the documentation for the people that are for it. Only that's not actually my job, that's staff's job, but they can never, ever actually produce or show anybody those people that are for it. We took surveys over 2,000 people, we produced them, we gave them to you that were against this project. But you can't manage to produce your 167 people that are for it. Is that such a problem, Ben? We have people here tonight that are for it, but we can't ever see the comments, or we can't see these other surveys that have gone around and given people gifts for signing their surveys. So I have a problem with that, and I am very disturbed because you don't ever seem to address the real issues about evacuation and fires. I live up there. I've been there during the fires. There are walls of flames coming, and there is nowhere that you're gonna get these cars out, people. You've gotta have ways to get out, and you don't have them. You just don't.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next are Cammie Ferguson, Kevin Miskin, and Ray Snodgrass.
Hi, Cammie Ferguson. I live off of Sleepy Hollow, which is right next to Carter Street. I have lived in Yucaipa my whole life. Went to the high school. I have a business in town, which I really think girls would probably rather be receptionists at my salon versus picking grapes and serving wine. But my parents live off of Carter. My in-laws live off of Carter. My husband and I, we spent 15 years of working our butts off to try to purchase land and build our custom home where we grew up. and now you're going to destroy it where we live. The amount of traffic that's gonna come up and down, I have children that ride their bikes. I won't even let them cross Bryant Street to go to their grandparents' house anymore because it is so bad. We rode our bikes all over town, all down Bryant Street, up Carter Street, everywhere. Rode our dirt bikes all over Carter Street, everywhere. Now it's gonna be completely gone. But you cannot guarantee that there will not be drunk drivers coming down my street. My father was hit by a drunk driver on Carter Street a few years ago. My nephew passed away in a car accident 2 years ago. You cannot guarantee it, and one accident is too many. And that's what I have to say.
Kevin Miskin, Ivy Street. I just want to state a couple of things here. First of all, the housing laws that people try to scare us with, they really don't apply because we have a certified general plan. In addition to that, currently approved are about 800 homes on 1 acre for this land. It's being densified to 1,091. The reason for the 800 is because there would be more green belts because of the earthquake zones and also because of flooding, drainage, and in addition to that, the hillside ordinance. The general plan states the goals for the North Bench. In housing element 2.4, it states, require all new residential development in the North Bench to be consistent with the custom home overlay, adopted density and development standards, and the rural character of these areas. The WCSP violates Municipal Code 84.0320 for maximum housing density of 1 dwelling unit per acre. This is an addition to the minimum lot size of 1 gross acre, which is very much misinterpreted by some of our planning department. It violates Municipal Code Section 85040501, general provisions for custom home overlay. By the city's own admission, the WCSP will result in a complete cultural change in Yucaipa by adding commercial wineries, wine tasting rooms, and hotels. Access to wineries and wine tasting venues is through narrow residential streets with no sidewalks. They're commonly used by our runners, our high school cross-country teams, cyclists, and horseback riders. And access is also through thoroughfares that access the community park, our schools, the high school, the regional park, and soccer fields, all on very narrow one-lane roads. Buzzed and drunk drivers will travel down through the narrow one-lane residential roads where they can't even control speeds now. 2016 to 2020 statistics by the California Traffic Department show that alcohol-related deaths and injuries in the cities of Temecula, Santa Rosa, Napa, and Petaluma are 20 to 75% higher per capita than Yucaipa. That would translate for Yucaipa to be 4 to 14 additional deaths or injuries per year. However, that number is likely much higher. That number will actually be much higher in Yucaipa because access to the city's wineries and wine tasting rooms are in residential areas, whereas the wine tasting areas in Santa Rosa, Temecula, and Petaluma are in business districts, and they have fewer wine tasting rooms than what are planned in the WCSP inside the cities. Public safety claims to the contrary by the proponents, primarily the Yucaipa Wine Alliance, do not pass the red face test and smacks of the 1970s when tobacco companies denied health risks related to smoking. I have a compromise. Change the plan to eliminate commercial wineries and wine tasting rooms in the plan area, move them somewhere else. Change the housing density to 1/2 acre minimum to support rural living, and the controversy in this city would end.
Thank you.
Good evening, members, honorable members of the commission. I'm Ray Snodgrass, live in District 1. I've been a resident of Yucaipa for 40 years, 28 on the North Bench. I'm a proud member of the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance. The Alliance supports the development of a wine region inclusive of the city of Yucaipa, the city of Calamasa, a portion of the city of Redlands, the community of Oak Glen, down through portions of Cherry Valley and portions of Mentone as well in the county area. Total acreage in the Yucaipa Valley AVA is over 36,000 acres. Similar-sized AVAs in California have between 1 and 47 wineries. The 47 are in the Temecula Valley AVA, suggesting there will be 26 wineries in the wine country specific plan area, about 1,100 acres, is out of the normal sync of every other AVA in California. To put it simply, the winemaking industry will be self-regulating. Our opportunity to preserve a large portion of the remaining undeveloped land is here and now. Without this plan, many of the large landowners will resort to other methods that will now pencil out as feasible. One such investment opportunity spreading across California is build to rent. If you haven't read it, look it up. Investors are looking at building single-family unattached homes that can be accommodated, or that can accommodate ADUs and junior ADUs as part of the original build, and those lots can be divided. Previously approved tract maps that would not necessarily pencil out will now be feasible due to the relaxed zoning criteria, not by the city, but by the state, imposed on cities and counties. ADUs and junior ADUs add living units that previously
Ask you to wrap it up, please.
were not an option for investors. Previous iterations of this city council have supported unanimously, either by consent or by vote, supporting this plan and the wine country specific plan. I urge support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mike McCusian, Heather Dewitt, and Philip Schneider. And after, we have Jonathan Weldy, Terry Taylor, and Robin Miskin.
They're gonna make it. Look, maybe we gotta tell her what we're looking at.
Mike McCusian. My wife and I live on Cherrycroft Drive. We moved there for a 1 acre and some elbow room. Mr. Mann stated clearly that the specific plan is a significant change to the land use in the general plan for the North Bench. I had the privilege to serve on the general plan, and there was hundreds of meetings, hours, years, and that plan was adopted by the City Council, as you know, in 2016. We hired a general plan consultant, and he led a North Bench Town Hall Community Center meeting regarding a possible zone change at that time to half acres. And the place was packed out, and I'll never forget one person who did stand up courageously, and he said, "I'd rather live next to a chicken than a human." If the general plan committee could be here today, I believe they would strongly say that the intent, the culture, and the purpose and the vision for the North Bench was rural living. 1 house per acre, fruit tree orchards, animals, chickens, horses, hiking, jogging, walking trails, not in the basin, rocky bottom of Wilson Creek, and horse stables, horse rinks, horse trails, and open space. Donna Snodgrass, who I met and talked to once, was going on record as opposed to the specific plan, as she wrote in the Yucaipa Review on October 20 of 2020. Basically, what I see here with the specific plan is a creative manipulation, not a compromise, A lot of work and effort has gone into this, but a zoning change in the North Bench via a density transfer to cluster villas on 10,000 square foot lots with minimum setbacks, 2-story, similar to maybe a Chapman Heights or a Serrano Lakes. Agricultural land for commercial purposes that targets making money with vineyards, wineries, and wedding venues. That is not, as I understand it, what the intent, culture, and vision of the general plan had in mind for rural living. So I believe it's all about money. Landowners, developers, vineyards, wineries, the city, all in it for money. So what I'd recommend is this: hold off on the proposed changes stated in the Pacific's plan and instead bring it back before the general plan committee that would be fired up here in the next few years.
Can we ask you to wrap it up, please?
Okay? If the pressure's too great for that, then I'd recommend no wedding venues in the North Bench less than 20 acres, no 10,000 square foot lot villas. I don't have any problem with vineyards if you got to do that. Personally, I don't want any vineyards or wineries in the North Bench. I can't figure out how do these mini artesian bouquet or whatever it is wineries, it makes no sense to me. Perhaps a developer would sell his ag land only to wineries to have some accountability for the quality and the overall success of the planning.
Thank you, sir, but we're over 30 seconds already.
Oh, we are? Sorry.
Thank you.
Do we have Heather Dewitt here?
Maria, how many more do we have right now? Was it Heather Hewitt you call?
Hewitt, maybe. We have a total of 53 speakers.
Okay.
And Heather is number 29.
29?
8:30. 8:30, we're gonna take a break.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah, is that okay with you, Commissioner? Okay, 8:30.
yeah, about 3 or 4 more at the most, and then we'll. So, folks, if you want someone in particular to speak, if we take 4 more speakers, well, it is, we can limit the number of speakers. That is one of the rules. I would, let me just ask, I'm okay with going till 8:45 with speakers and having a hard cutoff at that point. That gives us 20 minutes. No, that's for speakers. We still have a lot of work after that, so.
You good? You go with that, or?
Yeah.
You
Why
okay?
don't, pardon me?
Chester, you okay with that? She wants to take a break. They want to break at 8:30.
Break at 8:30?
What's the number?
Yeah, we'll go.
Well, why don't we just break right now and then we'll come back, okay? So why don't we do that? We'll take a break for 10 minutes right now, then we'll come back and try to get as many speakers as we can and go from there. So I'm going to give us.
Okay, we'll do an intermission, for lack of another word. We'll take about 15 minutes.
15, thank you.
If we could all take our seat, we can get started again. Is Mr. Welby next?
Okay, folks.
Are you next? Well, Mr. Welby? No?
We'll call.
Okay, I didn't know who was next. Marie, who do we have next? Get him going.
Is Heather Duet present? She was next. Dent or Duet? Heather Dent? Okay. So next we'll have Philip Schneider, Jonathan Weldy, Terry Taylor, and after we'll have Robin Minskin, Courtney Parvin, and Keela Lopez.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Philip Schneider, and I live in Greenbrook Place. I'm not an attorney, but I do spend a lot of time reading up about the laws to do with this sort of thing. And I've read this forwards and backwards, and as near as I can tell, this specific plan has some major inconsistencies with the Yucaipa General Plan. Now, as you know, the California Government Code requires specific plans to be consistent with a general plan. The general plan comes first. The general plan is king. This specific plan has to conform to the general plan. That's the way I see it, and if I got it wrong, then somebody tell me. Anytime the specific plan is not consistent, it is breaking California state law. Such is the case with wine country, which allows 10,000 square foot lots as compared to the general plan, which has a minimum lot size of 1 acre, and you know all this stuff. It's a huge inconsistency. And the state government code dislikes inconsistencies. So what you got going here is completely illegal. You're breaking the law. Wine country proponents have tried to finesse around this problem within the plan's Appendix A, which is titled General Plan Consistency. Appendix A tries very hard to convince readers that wine country is consistent with the general plan, but it does it only by citing consistency with the general plan's goals and policies. Now, while that might be true, the goals and policies are inherently generalized and easy to make look consistent. Appendix A does not analyze any of the other general plan mandates. It is conspicuously missing the two most important mandates, which are the RL1 land use description and the RL1 development standards. Those are both very important, and they both clearly state that the RL1 minimum lot size is 1 acre. Now, when you only consider the goals and policies, that doesn't tell the whole story. By examining the minimum lot size, a more complete story emerges, mainly that there is a big problem with consistency. I say shame on whoever wrote Appendix A, because it is extremely misleading.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
I sold the house over her side.
Honorable Commission, good evening. My name is Jonathan Weldy. I am at 19153 Town Center Drive, Apple Valley. I came to your town in '98 and started building here. Together we built 2,200 houses in the form of Chapman Heights, and people voted with their feet to live there, raise their family there, be part of your community. Along with a group of investors, I bought Casablanca Ranch in 2011. And as you heard, we brought a plan forward that preserved half of that property and did a density transfer. And we were yelled down. And we said, we'll map through the whole thing, and we were told that we wouldn't and we couldn't, but we did. And so there's a tentative map on that 240 acres for 184 lots that are all bigger than 1 acre. It maps through the drainage. It maps through the blue line stream. It maps through everything. Together, the developer and the city came up with the worst possible plan. We started to move forward with it, and Ray Casey came and said, we think there might be another idea. Don't start it, because once you start building, you're committed to it and so on. So we held off, and we watched through this specific plan process, through the AVA, through a better idea. I was appointed by the city council to sit on phase 2 of the plan, so we spent hours and hours and hours with it. I got a whole list of facts here that I was going to read to you, but this place is so full of facts and lies, I can barely see you through all of them, so I'm going to assume you can read your report and make a decision on it. But I want to tell you one other thing with this. A couple years ago, I sold 40 acres in the county of Riverside on Monroe, Avenue 54, right next to La Quinta. It was zoned 2 units to the acre. So we put a tentative map on it for 80 acres. It was purchased by Crown Development. Crown Development came in and said, we're going to build all 80 houses for rental. And based on the existing plan, they were able to add a junior ADU upstairs on every one of those houses and a detached ADU on every one of those houses. And in prescriptive right, they are currently grading on a property that was intended for 80 units, and they're going to build 240 rentals. So these people can tell you all day long, it's not legal, it doesn't happen, it can't be, and I'm telling you they're wrong. And they've been wrong before. This specific plan does not take law away. But what it does do, at least in Casablanca, is you preserve half of the property, more than half of the property. You build 184 units, which is less than the 240 based on zoning, but they're 10,000 square foot lots, which don't lend themselves to casitas and detached lots and junior ADUs. You don't outlaw it, but it's not very feasible based on the size of the lot. I am asking you to respect the work that has been done, the compromise. This is not a perfect plan. It's not. Not everybody got away with everything they wanted in this plan, but it is a compromise. And really, the only way you're going to stop this debate is to let something get built and put in place, and then it'll stay. I hope that you will support this specific plan. Thank you.
We have Terry Taylor, Robin Minskin, Courtney Previn, and Keila Lopez.
Any of those here?
Who was the first one?
Terry Taylor.
Please.
Who's this young lady? Let her go right now.
My name is Robin Miskin. I hope you can hear me. Thank you
Yes.
For allowing us to be here tonight. The issue we have here tonight is not grapevines. The issue we face tonight is whether Yucaipa will continue to be a family-friendly or an increasingly under 21, not allowed community. The question is whether we value the safety and desires of our citizens over the financial interests of a small group of people. We moved to Yucaipa 24 years ago with our 5 children. We did a lot of research. We selected Yucaipa for its rural character, schools, numerous churches, and strong value system. Tonight, I want to speak on behalf of mothers, children, and families, many who can't be here because they are home helping with homework or other family issues. Our Yucaipa's greatest asset is its families, and our most important future investment is in our children. While speaking with people on Saturday, we met a young family on Hope Avenue working in the yard. When we made them aware of what is happening here tonight, they confided they already knew about it and they were talking about the wine country specific plan, and if it passed, they would have to consider to start looking for a new home where their children would be more safe riding their bikes or walking the street. 2 weeks ago, and no one has mentioned this tonight, 2 women were hit in a crosswalk by a drunk driver on Yucaipa Boulevard near Uptown. Our neighbor, Katie McIntosh, a mother of school children, was hit by a drunk driver at 3:25 in the afternoon on Oakland Road while waiting to turn into Stater Brothers. She is now waiting for yet another surgery. By the city's own admission, this plan is inconsistent with the city's general plan for the area and will change the culture of Yucaipa forever. Access to the wineries and wine testing venues is through narrow residential streets with no sidewalks, popular for runners, including our high school cross-country team, cyclists and horseback riding, and along thoroughfares shared by children and citizens accessing schools, the community park, the regional park, and soccer fields. To access the wineries and wine tasting rooms, buzzed and drunk drivers will navigate the entirety of Yucaipa, Calimesa, and even Redlands via the narrow, winding Highway 38. I'm here with a friend tonight who works for a wedding venue that serves alcohol. She said, "You're delusional if you think the people will not leave buzzed and drunk. It happens every week at her work, and there's usually a fight. Please invest in our families and children. The cost is too great. Vote no on this plan as currently designed. Please keep Yucaipa safe." Thank you.
Marie, who we have?
Courtney Parvin, Keila Lopez, Ramona Etheridge.
Hi, my name's Courtney Parvin. I was not going to speak tonight because I hate to speak in a group of people, but I do live on Carter. I live on Carter just below Fremont. And I moved here 22 years ago, raised all my 3 kids here as a single mom. It was a safe place to live. It's gonna make me cry. I don't lock my doors at night. I don't worry about people here in our community. On a daily basis, I can't even tell you how many people run the stop sign on Fremont and Carter. They don't stop, they don't slow down. I actually asked somebody one day, I said, "Can you please slow down?" He flipped me off. If it is this bad in our community with just our people who live here, what in God's name is it gonna be like when we bring in a whole bunch of people who have maybe never to come back again? Maybe they're just coming on a one-time deal and we're never gonna see them again. This is not fair to ask of people. I have horses, my neighbors have horses. We've had countless animals hit in front of our house. It's just, I know it's gonna be developed. I'm very good friends with one of the landowners up there. This land will be developed, but this isn't the best use of our land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keila Lopez.
Hello, my name is Kayla Lopez, and I am a very proud resident of Yucaipa. I love this city, mainly it being so rural. I'm here tonight to oppose the wine country specific plan. I do not agree with their plan because of its violation to Yucaipa's general plan, which limits future home builds to 1-acre lots. Having 1-acre lots is very important to me personally because I'm a part of our equestrian community. I have horses of my own, and I can tell you firsthand that the smaller lot sizes that they are proposing will greatly reduce ranch life in our community, as it's impossible to own horses on any of the smaller lot sizes that they're proposing. I do not think we need to transition into smaller lots. If anything, I think we need to build larger lots, because if you look online currently, there are no 1-acre lots or very little for sale. They're pitching their plan as a way to preserve Yucaipa's open space. However, I don't see how their plan accomplishes that. I believe their plan does the exact opposite. It takes space away from future homeowners, and it gives it to them to make space for their wineries. I'm in favor of keeping Yucaipa's general plan in place, which I truly believe has the protection of Yucaipa's open spaces in mind. It keeps the space available for its residents to build their wishes, their dreams, rather than building the wine industry people and their dreams. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if we can have the following speakers come up, we have Ramona Etheridge, Esther Cleary, Kathy Sellers, and Don Bradley.
Hi, I live on Ivy Court. I looked at an overall brushstroke of what's really happening here because I sometimes delve into the internet where they talk about the three-letter agencies taking away the freedoms of the Americans, not the Nazis who are trying to steal our land, steal the money out of all the coffers. What I noticed on TikTok, if you go on there, you look up when people protest, peaceful protest, you'll see people holding signs. Then you look up burning, where they were protesting. People were burning. So they were pitting us against each other because it's called divide and conquer. That's what the Nazis did, is to do that to our community. So now they're coming in, wanting to come in and take over our town. And you know exactly what you're doing, and God sees you, and your days are numbered. On this earth, you need to repent and do the right thing. This is a constitutionally led country, not one where you take people's rights away. We are getting our rights taken away. People who live down here say, man, I want to live up there where they have an acre lot because we can have some room for our kids and horses and chickens. Now you're taking their rights away where was 1 acre, now you're throwing 4 houses on 1 little acre, plus not to mention the fire hazard, the constant flood warnings that we have. What is, and then they also discussed at one of these alliance meetings that we're planning a disaster, that we might be able to take over your rights totally. Hey. And what about last year? Probably around August, we had 50 million excess. Now we're at negative 26 million. How did that happen? Oh, I don't know. Somebody should take the checkbook away from these people who are stealing from us. They're a bunch of thieves. And if you are complicit with them, you're on their team and you're against God. Because God, it says in God we trust. You guys better start trusting in God and stop being crooks to everybody.
I don't know. Not really.
Esther Cleary, Kathy Sellers, and Don Bradley.
Hi, I'm completely against this bill. I live in Yucaipa. I've grown up here. I walk on Carter. I walk on Jefferson. It's already unsafe. There will be a lot more drunk drivers. There will be a lot more accidents, and there will be a lot more deaths to people that don't need to happen. It is clear that you guys don't care about the city and you don't care about the residents. It's clear that you're lying to our faces, and it's really embarrassing and it's shameful. You should all be ashamed. I'm so tired of seeing elders say, oh, we're gonna accept the lesser of 2 evils, but we don't need to do that. We need to fight for change, and we need to fight for better for our families and for our future generations. You guys are embarrassing, and I hope you do the right thing.
Kathy Sellers. This commission has the very important task tonight of listening to your fellow citizens and neighbors who are pleading with you to take a measured and reasonable approach to weighing in on one of the most profound changes to the city's largely rural nature by not allowing aggressive development to occur. Based on the crowd here tonight and a recent post on social media that has garnered nearly 5,000 views, with 95% disagreeing with the WCSP, it's incumbent on this commission to delay the vote and demand revisions that embrace the community's strong desire to prevent congested sprawl and insufficient infrastructure. The firm that was hired to support the EIR has not addressed the costs to the taxpayers, only the imagined income. There are so many unanswered questions that first need to be addressed. It has not been sufficiently explained why wineries are part of this plan at all. Tony Hicks, my friend. The vineyard that you and Cheryl are planning on your venue on Live Oak Canyon Road will be stunning. That is the perfect scenario for wine country. You have no neighbors that will be impacted. Live Oak Canyon Road can handle the ingress and egress. As you shared with me and Bill last year, your battle with Redlands City Council over warehouses being allowed on Live Oak Canyon Road, the WCSP in its present form is our nightmare. Please don't allow Yucaipa to become indistinguishable from scores of other cities caught up in a development frenzy. When this commission voted on the Serrano Estates project last year, you were convinced by city planners that if it wasn't allowed, something worse would come along. That is based on unfounded, irrational thinking. The reason we've been given for voting on this now is because it's been in the works for 5 years. Well, it's been in the works by the people who stand to gain from it. The community was not sufficiently informed, and you're seeing a groundswell of opposition to it now. Why the rush? Send it back to the drawing board to develop a cohesive, acceptable development that everyone can live with. The city has hired a consultant to formulate a scientific survey to go out to the city residents for their input. Let's wait until that has been accomplished. As the grand jury stated in their 2024 report, the voice of the people should be paramount. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Chairman and Commissioners, I received an attachment from the next speaker, so I will hand that out before he makes his comment.
Okay. Good to go?
Go ahead, Don. You're up.
Thank you, Commissioners. I feel for everybody in this room tonight. I've been in Yucaipa 25 years. I love this town. We've got some tough decisions to make. I can see it from both sides. But I think everybody needs to realize one thing tonight, and that's that the 1,000 houses that keep being brought up are going to be built. It's not the city bringing them here. They're going to be built. They're zoned for it. They're going to be built. It's what's the best way to mitigate and try to preserve as much of the open space and beauty of Yucaipa that all of us here enjoy and love. So I'm going to take my focus from the main developers and that part of it and kind of go a little bit outside the box, and I hope everybody here kind of thinks that way along with me. There's hundreds of properties in the North Bench that are over an acre. They're anywhere from an acre to 5 acres, 7 acres, that have kind of been overlooked in this whole decision-making, I think. And I've got 2 properties that I've given you, the one on Highland Avenue and the one on Holmes Street. And I am for the Vineyard Overlay District. I planted vineyards. I think they're aesthetically beautiful. I think it's a good thing for the city of Yucaipa in many ways. But what I'd like to point out to the commissioners tonight, for instance, is the one on Holmes Street. That was a 2-acre parcel with 1 house on it. The minute that I closed escrow on that a year and a half ago, I could have applied for a lot split and had four lots made out of that and built 4 houses. I chose not to. I left the house that was there and I planted it in vineyards. By doing so, that eliminated 3 houses being built. The one on Highland Avenue is a total of 11 acres, but it's 2 parcels. I bought the 9-acre parcel next door to me. That has on standing right now an 11-acre approved tract map. I don't want 11 houses next to me.
I agree with everybody. I like the open space. So I'm planning it with vineyards. That's 11 houses there that aren't going to be built. So these two parcels, which aren't that big in the big scheme of things, I've eliminated 14 houses from coming to Yucaipa by putting in the vineyards. And I think everybody ought to really think about this. There's a ton of properties in the North Bench that as housing prices get higher and people get offered bigger and bigger prices to split their property, it's going to happen. If you give them something that they can put in that's going to beautify it as well as help them offset the cost of keeping that property as a bigger parcel, I think it's a win-win for everybody. And I just hope everybody looks at that. Thank you again for all your input and time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Melanie Martindale, Mariah Milner, and Hanson Wong. And afterwards, if we can have James Tony Matlock, Eric Espinosa, and Fred Coyle come up.
My name is Melanie Martindale. I support the Wine Country Plan. There are going to be people who say don't support it because the general plan says RL1 and rural living. However, not every single property within the RL1 zones are 1 acre. In fact, there are properties on there that are 3/4 of an acre and half-acre lots. The general plan is also able to be changed up to 4 times a year for various improvements or changes that occur with growth and betterment for the city. There are people who say don't vote for this because they don't want commercial businesses mixed in with their residential houses. That's also wrong because most of Yucaipa is commercial and residential zoning together. In fact, you can look at our maps on the city webpage and even see the commercial zoning is butted right next to residential zoning. There's also areas in Yucaipa that also allow for commercial and residential zones to be intermixed together. They are going to say that this plan does not allow for rural living, but yet in the plan itself, it does allow for people to continue owning chickens, pigs, horses, and the like in the proposed area. This plan does not change the ability of people owning farm-type animals, growing gardens, or otherwise within our city. Other benefits for this plan includes improvements for infrastructures such as expanded roadways, additional bike lanes, water improvements, etc. Houses on smaller lots with vineyards mixed in between is exactly what the city of Yucaipa needs and wants. The future of Yucaipa needs to allow for growth and for change. We want vineyards for the beauty. We want wineries for the fact that it can provide jobs within our city and places that we can go with our friends, visiting family members, and we also want our dollars spent to stay within our city. This plan wasn't suddenly created or developed. It's been in the works since 2019, and multiple people have been involved in this development. Please vote yes on this plan. This is for the betterment of our city, and it benefits all citizens within the city. Thank you.
Is Mariah Milner still here?
Nope. Nope.
Next, we have Hanson Wong.
Hanson Wong, Court Street, Yucaipa, and I know that the commission purposefully left me last so that I had to check off and cross off 7 items I was going to whine about. So
You're not
really
last.
upset at
You're
you.
not last, though, sir.
Okay, I want to be first next time, though. Anyway, so a couple of items, a lot of them were already said. I'm not going to repeat it. Number one, I think the communications that have been touted have not been as well done as they could be. Just the current 3 meetings had just small little items in the newspaper and some things in social media. And then I got the notice, the large notice in the newspaper on the day of the meeting. So if I hadn't planned to be at the meeting, there's no way I could have been there. I'm concerned about the ownership of the vineyards if we go through with this. And I think it's important to have owners like Mr. Suvek, who knows what he's doing, who can make the grapes grow to the right thing, and that we can support it if we need to. But I don't think it's right to have the owners of the housing or the city or the taxpayers pay for this. I think it should be on the people who own the land to grow the grapes. Not everybody is as kind as our landowner that was only going to put a smaller amount of units. When and if he sells it, the next one will just put additional units there. I think that to know, I mean, there's both sides that have spoken out. In order to have an accurate count of both sides, I think it's important for our city planner as well as the staff to go through all of the prior meetings, all of the positive and negative comments, so that you know exactly how many were said. If they said they don't have it or can't find it, then it doesn't exist. The same thing that goes with the one poll that was done at a Winterfest. I think we need to know exactly how many were for, how many were against, and how many lived in the city. And new polls coming up. So all of that should be done prior to the time that it goes to the city council. I really think that we need to consider our college and high school kids that train along these streets and find some way of egress in a proper situation. I'm not going to prolong this, but the last thing I'm going to say is, if not all of the community got a chance to say it, and I respect your time to go home, I think we need to have another special meeting with new thoughts and new people speaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you say, new people doing what?
My name is Tony Matlock. I live on Lake Breeze in Yucaipa. I want to address a couple of things. I was here 5 years ago when the city council was having their meetings and looking at the current track maps and said, this is basically, there is no open space, there is nothing, this is a horrible plan. Can we do something better? That's when they went out and said, let's look at doing something. The wineries were kind of talking about stuff, or the Wine Alliance. I was on both of those committees, the first one and the last one, that made these proposals that came to this situation, or up to this level here. It's a compromise. It's not everything, but it is a good start. The other aspect about it is that it is a plan. It's not a track map. It's not putting things in. The current housing is basically going to be the same as it was before. Egress, everything else, it all has to be worked out. We all agree with that. But as far as open space, generating that to this, it's taking half the land and making it something that wasn't there before, open space, or land that is not developed. So when you're from the side looking into it, you see vineyards, or you see, even if it's fallow ground, you're seeing something that's not a house put on it. Infrastructure, you got to build the infrastructure. That's going to come down the way. That's what we don't have now, they're complaining about. If we built the houses, this is still the same issue. You've got 1,000 people trying to get out of town. Well, you got to put that in either case. The smaller houses is going to help control the development of the city. They're not going to be cheap houses. They're going to be fairly expensive, more affluent people coming in, which will help bring in tax dollars and revenue for people that are in the local city shopping and buying. And as for the land that's going into the agricultural easement, that is in perpetuity. That is a federally controlled thing that the state, the city, nobody can mess with. So it doesn't go that they can come back and redevelop later. And finally, this is, it's uncomfortable, but it is, the vineyards and wineries is a change. It creates an opportunity, it creates possibilities of something that may be different than what we're all used to seeing in the city. And in final, I've been here all my life. I moved here at 5 years of age. I graduated from Yucaipa. I won't say how long ago, but I had my 50th reunion just this last year. So I'm older than dirt, okay? So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Eric Espinosa. Fred Coyle. Paul Blaine.
Keep going.
Paul Bain. And if we can also have David Morgan, C. Scott Riley, and Jake Fry come up.
Anyone before
Any-
Scott Riley?
First one in the podium gets to speak.
Scott, go ahead, please.
Do it that way.
I think the last 2 times I was up here, I was the former Russian KGB agent. I mercilessly mocked and ridiculed the city council, and it seems like it's been 40 years of whether it was when it was over here or the school board, and every time it seems in the face of overwhelming opposition, you do what you want to do. And I understand that, but I think it's important that you listen to the reasonable voices. I think the aspect, I remember meeting with Jonathan. We had Mert Hudson and Devin and some of us apple growers. I don't understand how winery has taken over. I could see orchards, apple orchards, which is what is historically known for in Yucaipa, but we had discussed a plan that was orchard intensive, that allowed the houses to be on the periphery of the orchards. And I don't know what happened to that plan, but I think you'd be wise to listen to the reasonable voices of keeping the density down. I think this idea of following state mandates as far as increased density and providing more housing, that seems patently false, that we would be following what the governor is supposedly mandating in the legislature over the needs of the local citizenry. That's the way our system has always been based, but to see this kind of federal state creep into our local community is disappointing. So again, please listen to the reasonable voices in the audience and do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Commission. My name is David Morgan. My name is David Morgan. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a member of the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance, and I'm leading the outreach efforts for them. We have a lot of eager volunteers and members who want to see this proposal approved. For the past couple of months, we've been out talking to people across Yucaipa about the specific plan and collecting support petitions. These are some of them, but I have approximately 1,100 support cards. These cards are signed by residents from not just one area, from all across the city. We have hundreds of signatures in each of the city council districts. We even have a lot of support signatures from people in the North Bench. We canvassed approximately 9,800 houses. We circulated petitions at grocery stores and businesses, and we talked to well over 2,000 people about the specific plan, and about 70% of the people we spoke to said that they support it. We've seen this level of support all across the city. During our conversations, people told us that what they liked most about the proposal. Most people we talked to said that they would create a specific corridor, a scenic corridor instead of a bunch of housing tracts. They also like that it will create new jobs and bring in revenue for the city. The recreation areas and trails are also a big positive for people. We listened to what people had to say, and one thing is clear, they want this to be approved. I hope you will join the majority of residents and support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jake Fry, Glenn Suby, Cesar Roldan, Brenton Gilmore, and lastly, we have Jennifer Alvi.
Are any of those folks present? Sorry? Caesar, okay.
Come on down.
Good evening, esteemed members of the Planning Commission. I want to start by expressing my deepest gratitude for this special meeting, your dedication to the community development and the preservation. Want you to know that it does not go unnoticed, and for all of the time and the effort that you have already invested. I also want to thank Ben and the rest of the staff for the presentation you guys put together. You can tell it was thorough, insightful and informational. We thank you so much for that. Also, Attorney, thank you for that clarification. There has been some very crazy allegations, and I really appreciate that you clarified that there are no Brown Act violations, nor are there any conflict of interest. I normally don't do this. I'm gonna go off script a little bit. I don't know if you guys have heard this term or not, but there was a term by some very decision makers in not just US, but also worldwide, that specifically said this as a plan moving forward, saying that you will own nothing and you will like it. Along with that, there was another comment by a general attorney here in California that also said that no person should own more than there's no reason why any person should own an acre of land. With that sentiment means that they are actually going to begin to push towards people not owning anything and people not owning land. And this is the perfect plan for us, Yucaipa, to be able to preserve that land so that it can be in perpetuity protected by the easement, the agricultural easement. A couple of other things, people have been talking here about rural and horses and all of that stuff. We will not have any of that if you guys do not vote in favor of this plan. I am in favor of this plan, and I actually, I'm an advocate for it, also for the well-being of our city. I stand before you to express my wholehearted support, encouragement, and recommendation for the wine-specific plan. This plan represents more than just a vision of growth. It embodies a strategic approach of harmonized development with preservation, ensuring that Yucaipa flourishes while maintaining its unique character and its natural beauty. A lot of the land out here is no longer for sale. People say, well, I want to buy land, or it's not going to give people opportunity to buy land. That land is not for sale. It's designed, it's already purposed for development. So this wine country specific plan is not merely a proposal. It is a culmination of thoughtful consideration, expert planning, and a deeper understanding of what makes Yucaipa truly special. It offers a path forward that benefits our city as a whole, providing economic opportunities, enhancing the quality of life, and importantly, preserving the land that defines us. Please vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Glenn Subic. Brenton Gilmore. And Jennifer Ali.
Hello. Good evening. I'd like to thank you all for your time. I didn't prepare anything because I didn't know that this was going down this way. Very interesting. You know, my husband and I are both artists. We have been in this community for 26 years with our own business, and we raised 2 boys here, and we'd love to raise some grandkids here as well. In my opinion, the specific plan is not specific enough. It looks like you've gone through a lot of trouble in having everyone here. Thank you for that. I would like to point out some things that could perhaps remedy some of these issues. And I don't believe that you brought us all here just to hear us and spit in our face and say, you know, you can't have any of this. So I'm just gonna lay it out here. I I think, one house per quarter-acre lot is high-density housing. We moved from Glendora to not be there in that kind of situation. We lived on a quarter-acre. That's not rural living. Sorry. Where you have this slotted, the math doesn't lie. I guess it's 900 or 1,000 acres. Maybe 900 is workable. I don't know. There's a floodplain here. It looks like, if this is drawn correctly from my architectural rendering class, some of these people are going to be right up on a floodplain. As soon as the next flood comes, good luck. So what I propose is that 100 acres, more of this, is used for wildlife corridors. Remember those little creatures that live amongst us? That also make our life more interesting and give Yucaipa the rural atmosphere.
Do we have to wrap it up, please?
Oh, sure. Okay. And I think everything else will kind of take care of itself. So I'm proposing 300 maximum homes on the 400 acres, or on 300 acres. So basically, one house per acre. That's my proposal. I think everything else we can work with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we made it through all the public comments. Okay.
Okay, did you want to rebuttal any of that stuff?
So we can provide some information just in terms of clarifying for the record, especially in terms of some of the questions that came about. And so I'll be relying on Katrina Kunkel with our engineering division, as well as Joanne Hadfield with Placeworks, which did the EIR. But I'm going to kind of cover, I think, kind of a few different components and just kind of quickly cover high-level stuff. So one of the kind of issues that was brought up is, hey, we're going to lose our night sky kind of view. And so the wine country specific plan actually includes objective standards for kind of the night sky ordinance stuff, including color temperature requirements for exterior lighting. And so that is not currently in place in the city's development code, but that is something that is provided here. Two, there was a note that residential development would be within a waterway, and the wine country specific plan does not have any provisions for housing in the waterway. The open space area for Wilson Creek extends beyond both the floodplain of that, as well as the additional buffer for that component. And then in terms of evacuation, so the two roadways kind of referenced in the city's general plan is Bryant Street and Oakland Road. So those are designated as kind of key evacuation routes in the city. Other local streets within neighborhoods still serve as that. The wine country specific plan, as part of the different standards, identify that any subdivision or any kind of development does require 2 points of egress and ingress as part of that as well. So that is something that is included in the standards for the wine country specific plan. I'll let Joanne quickly touch on kind of the question on the general plan versus the wine country specific plan, where the general plan has some additional significant unavoidable impacts, including those for noise. She can elaborate a little bit more on that, but kind of the key thing is the noise impacts cover kind of development by the freeway, I-10, the impacts of traffic that's happening there. And so where impacts weren't necessarily applicable in this area of the community, then it wouldn't be significant because it's not next to the freeway and so it doesn't have that same issue. But I'll let you.
Yeah, I don't know, is my mic on? No. Thank you. I think one thing that needs clarification, based on several speakers' comments, are what a supplemental EIR under CEQA addresses versus a regular project EIR or a programmatic EIR like the general plan EIR. And on that basis, I'll also come back and address what Ben said about the significant impacts. because one of the commenters didn't understand that differentiation. So supplemental EIR tiers off the general plan EIR that was certified 2016. And so all the impacts of 1,091 single-family units are already addressed in that certified EIR. And the impacts are mitigated per that. And the significant unavoidable impacts that are listed in the general plan include this project for 1,091 homes, but the general plan also covers the entire city. So the commenter that said, why does this project only have 2 significant impacts when the general plan had 10 or whatever, you're ignoring those, and so this isn't the case. That was for the whole city. And this project, the environmental impact report, the supplemental report under CEQA, only addresses the incremental impacts of the wineries and the vineyards and any other modification from the general plan allowed land use. So the 1,091 single-family residential units are already addressed. The impacts of those homes are already quantified in the certified EIR, mitigated in the EIR. Supplemental EIRs, granted, can be extremely confusing, but it is all explained, the purpose of a supplemental EIR, the references to both the CEQA statutes and the CEQA guidelines on where commenters and the public can see how this is done. We've tried to make it as simple as possible. And the other thing, on this supplemental EIR, it's not only a supplemental environmental impact to the general plan EIR of 2016, there was also already a certified EIR for the Wilson Creek Estates project. So we went into that EIR in extreme detail, looked at the impacts and the specific analysis for the project, which is now integrated with an updated tentative track map, which is included in the project description for that, I don't know, 1/3 of the portion of the project south of Wilson Creek. And we've incorporated all the mitigation from that project into this EIR as well. So it's very conservative in pulling all the mitigation from everything. It pulls the mitigation from the general plan EIR, from the Wilson Creek Estates EIR, and then any customized mitigation, and details and updates all the regulatory requirements and everything since 2016 and the general plan. Noise is not a significant and unavoidable impact of this project. We probably have more specificity here, and the impacts of the wineries, the potential impact of winery events on the residences is addressed in this EIR, and mitigation is provided for that, but it's mitigated to less than significant. The project is not in a floodplain. I think Ben already addressed all the technical studies that have been provided. The traffic study, just from a CEQA standpoint, there can be all kinds of traffic issues, but when you get into the environmental impact report, SB 73 of the state made traffic generation, level of service, traffic flow, not to be a CEQA issue, so it's not part of the EIR. You're probably aware that SB 73 changed it, 743, changed it to a vehicle miles traveled, basically a climate change-driven metric for traffic, and that's what the EIR details. The traffic study itself, however, is an appendix of the EIR and includes the traffic analysis, the level of service, the traffic generation, but very little of that information is incorporated into the transportation section of the EIR. Just as kind of background. Anything else?
So I would like to build a little bit on what Joanne said. Thank you for that, Joanne. As she mentioned, level of service is no longer considered under the CEQA requirements, but level of service is something that the city still considers a measurement. So As she mentioned, the supplemental traffic impact analysis does only look at the traffic that is as a result of the winery. And the reason that is because there's no change to the number of homes that are being proposed. So there's no change to the number of traffic that is a result of those homes. That being said, the general plan reflects improvement levels of the collector streets like Carter and Fur, and those are already reflected in our general plan. The capacity of those roadways is already considered, and so that residential traffic is already integrated. If you want to get into some specifics about the traffic that's generated by the winery, I'm happy to do that. There are 2 intersections that do have a level of service that is considered unacceptable as a result of the winery traffic. That would be the intersection of Bryant Street and Oakland Road, and that would be the intersection of Bryant Street at Grape Avenue. There are mitigation measures that are recommended under the traffic analysis to address those concerns. The intersection of Oakland Road and Bryant Street is recommended to be restriped to add an additional through lane for traffic, so that additional capacity would be added. The intersection at Grape Avenue and Bryant Street, they are recommending the installation of a traffic signal. So if this plan is to move forward, those mitigation measures would be integrated into our development impact fee program, and they would be paid for through those development impact fees. I also wanted to point out that regardless of whether the plan is approved or not, there are additional roadway improvements that would be required. That would be the improvement of Jefferson Road at Oakland Road, the realignment of Pendleton Avenue at Oakland Road, so that would be a 4-way intersection with a roundabout. There is also a recommendation of an additional street between Chagall Road and James Birch Road, which would serve as an additional ingress-egress, and that would allow for more flow of traffic. So those are just some recommendations and requirements that will be a result of this plan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, is that it? We're going to close the public hearing then? Okay. With that, we'll close the public hearing and we'll move to the commissioners. Let's do some thoughts. We'll start down here at the end. My good buddy here.
I'm just curious, the obligation of the city financially for subsidizing failing businesses. I've heard it brought up a few times, and want to know where the threshold is, what's your max, what's the plan for that?
So the concept originated from some public comments where, certainly we're balancing the idea of wineries being very successful in creating issues, but also if they fail. And so the discussion was including potentially a dormant CFD that would kick into play to help kind of maintain the conditions of the vineyards through that process, and really just kind of being a backstop with those individual properties. If they're under a mortgage or something like that, they're going to want to try to sell that if they're not doing well as a business to another business before kind of that investment disappears, since it is a investment that's needed. And so it may not be something that's ever triggered, but based on some of those public feedback is we should have something in place just in case. But it would be a CFD tied to the development area itself. It wouldn't be at the general taxpayers. It would only be for those that benefited from the development standards in the wine country specific plan.
So if that winery never changed hands, say in perpetuity, because they didn't see business opportunity there, that cost to maintain would forever fall on the residents' mortgage?
There would be other mechanisms that could get triggered separately for the condition of the property and figuring that stuff out.
Yeah. I'll elaborate after I think on it.
Right.
Okay, I have a whole list of questions from not just tonight, from the other meetings. So if you want me, you can stop me anytime and move on and then come back, okay? So I don't take up all the time. So you just covered the traffic because driving around, there's a blind spot at Ivy and Bryant, and I was going to ask if we could put a signal at that intersection. How does putting a signal at Bryant and Grape, which I love, Would that slow traffic down at the Ivy intersection? Can we put a signal in both places?
So the traffic study doesn't recognize Ivy as an intersection that needs to be mitigated with a traffic signal. If that was something that the commission wanted to pursue as an option, they would have to meet the warrant for a traffic signal that would require an additional study, which we could do. So it would really be based on the recommendation of the commission to pursue a traffic signal warrant for that intersection.
Yeah, because there was at another meeting, there was a gentleman that mentioned either Ivy or Juniper, I think it was, at Bryant Street, for some kind of traffic control there. Because is that that's where the downhill side starts, right? That's like at the peak. And then it comes down to Grape. Is that right?
Grape is that first intersection you hit coming from.
But Ivy is the peak before you start coming down?
I believe so. Again, they aren't identified in the plan, but if we wanted to pursue traffic signal warrant, that is something that would be under the purview of the Planning Commission.
I might request that. I wanted to ask the commissioners if I made a motion to eliminate the 2.5 acre micro wineries, how would you feel? So I'll come back and I'll make that motion maybe.
Yeah, you can come back with a motion
Okay.
to that later.
And then additional installing speed brakes on the streets off of Oak Glen Road, like Jefferson, Carter. Ivy is almost all downhill, coming all the way down, and speed picks up pretty quickly on that street. So is there some kind of mitigation that maybe I'm not aware of, other than speed brakes on those streets?
I'm not familiar with speed brakes. Are you referring to the speed humps that are on Fir Avenue?
Yeah, that's what I call them.
Yeah, so those also would be an item that needs to be warranted. So they have to meet certain criteria based on state mandate. That's not identified again as a mitigation measure as a result of the volumes of traffic that are being contributed by the wineries. However, if that's something that the Planning Commission wanted to review, we're happy to complete those warrants as well.
Okay. Let's see, I did that one. So if I ask somebody at the last town hall, they were reading suggestions from another resident, Norton, Carter, and Ivy, and a little street, Holly, and they were asking, when those roads are improved or created, can you create bends in the road to slow down the traffic? I'm not familiar with Holly, so maybe you're more familiar and you can answer that question.
One element related to that public comment, in the errata sheet, there is some additional language that was added in regarding kind of the connection to where Norton Avenue is. Part of it is just a reflection that because that is in the county area, is some of the infrastructure may be kind of tough because with the zoning designation in the county, it may not kind of be improved, and so it gives flexibility for the city engineer to work with the design. So there wouldn't necessarily be a direct street along there, just because the other side of it may never be completed correctly because it's in the county area. So
okay. And to Lyle's question about the CFD and the maintenance, instead of a CFD, which I'm assuming is an added tax to the community, sort of not an HOA, but like an LLMD, it's a different kind of taxing district. Is it possible to have someone who's buying the property to create a winery and or vineyard to post a bond that would take up that slack to maintain it if they think they're going to fail, or if for some reason there's a failure? So it lands on the person, the actual vineyard owner and or property owner themselves. Sure.
That kind of where I was going with elaborating, if that land stays vacant forever, is it on the homeowner's back to cover the cost of that private property that they don't have access to in perpetuity? So in the worst case scenario where these wineries fail completely, there's privately held land that homeowners are obligated to pay for in maintenance that is not open to them for use.
So I'll let Michael discuss whether or not the bond may be a suitable alternative. One of the conditions, like for the wine country specific plan, is it does trigger the requirement to install the vineyard and get that moving forward, and there is a bond requirement for that as well. And so whether or not that can kind of tie into kind of the long-term operation too, and where that bond is maintained, I don't know.
Bonds aren't a really good mechanism in the context of property maintenance because the bonding company doesn't want to pay it out. Whereas a CFD as a mechanism would tax the owners of the CFD district. Would it be separate? A separate district? Okay. So it wouldn't be citywide. And there's no perfect answer for ongoing maintenance. Staff identified the CFD. The staff can look at other alternatives or if you would like us to. And there's unfortunately no perfect solution to any agriculture going out of business. Right now, any of the agriculture that exists there, there's no mechanism for it. It's an interesting idea, but I think it's probably untested. Is that right, CFD?
That was a Stephen's suggestion.
So my boss, city attorney, suggested that. So if you would like us to go back and study what the different mechanisms could be to deal with that. But a CFD would work.
Yeah, and part of it was in response to kind of the community concern. When the committee itself was kind of working through the development of a specific plan, the idea of some of the different other avenues of revenue generation was meant to offset kind of that. So if 1 year isn't necessarily a great harvest year, that isn't the only investment that can help weather that business. And then certainly like any other commercial property or any other property, anywhere in the city, is that, if someone can't afford it, then someone else is, likely able to come in through later on, or some other mechanism through kind of the free market dictates that. But this was more of a way to have another backstop just in case, based on the community feedback we had.
Okay. Someone made a comment that this plan gives the city staff the authority to approve plans for any build out and development. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, so the plan does include a hierarchy of different uses, and in that use matrix identifies which kind of projects may be approved at the administrative level and which ones do require conditional use permit and public hearing. The kind of threshold is based on kind of a few different components. One is making sure that the process isn't overly bureaucratic, I guess, in terms of its implementation, where it's kind of untenable for people to go through the process and going through kind of elaborate efforts. But then two, where there's other provisions that limit discretion on behalf of the planning commission, is making sure that there isn't kind of this engagement theater on if something's already allowed, but there is a threshold on that. And so some of the more intensive components to the commercial uses do require planning commission approval. And so there is no, someone can't just in absolute develop the property without a separate review process being triggered.
So that wouldn't apply to the housing development anyway. Those will all have to come to the planning commission and city council.
The breakdown for the housing is once they reach a certain number of lots being proposed, then it will still trigger a planning commission review.
What is that number?
In the specific plan, it has a threshold of 150 lots being proposed.
So if those vineyards that fail and they're cut into 2.5 acre parcels, if those were sublet into tracts, that wouldn't come into the planning commission for approval? That would be a city approved.
So the 2.5 acre wineries that's proposed, or the micro wineries, would not be allowed to have residential units on them anyways. And so they wouldn't be able to make that into a separate residential subdivision.
And what would they be zoned specifically if they're mixed use commercial and agricultural, right?
Yeah, so it'd be the vineyards plus, and the 2.5 acre would just be the tasting room. And if they had production, if they wanted to have their bonded facility on the property, then they would have that ability to. But that would be it. So it would only be related to the agricultural use and the selling of the product based on that property.
So to amend those into residential would be another general plan amendment, and that process to develop that land?
Yeah, it would be redoing a lot of the specific plan. There is a separate note that's included in the errata sheet is to also kind of clarify that, you know, if anyone is, let's say, building a caretaker unit on, you know, the 10 or 20 acre kind of winery, then that would count against the net. So if they built out, if they had 40 acres, built 40 lots, then they wouldn't be eligible for any additional units on that because they met that criteria. If they built 38, then they would have flexibility for, like, you know, 2 caretaker units at most. And so because of that, it would still retain it. So if someone had a piece of property and said that, it'd be both a specific plan amendment to allow the residential use plus the other component, which is the increase of unit yield that wasn't envisioned in a specific plan. So there's kind of 2 different policies that they would have to overcome in order to even make that pitch. And that would go to city council as well.
We heard several times tonight about evacuation routes. Are those addressed in detail in a development plan when it comes in?
Yeah, so in terms of the evacuation route, so as I mentioned, Oakland Road and Bryant Street are designated under the general plan for the primary evacuation routes. Through the specific plan, there are a total of 3 different streets in either direction that would provide connectivity to those evacuation routes. And then within the specific plan, there is also the requirement that any project would include 2 different routes of ingress and egress. And so that would meet both the safety element, the hazard mitigation plan kind of requirements, and then is also an objective standard in the specific plan.
Okay, we heard tonight that the certified general plan supersedes state housing laws. Is that true?
That the certified general plan.
Said that we were breaking the law by violating our certified general plan by doing this specific plan.
No, so general plans or specific plans are a tool to implement the general plan. We have in the city's general plan, our specific plans are called out and implemented through figure CDL 3, which is our kind of land use modification district. And so other specific plans such as the Uptown Boulevard, the College Village overlay and all that stuff is where those standards get adopted. And so the Appendix A of the specific plan includes an analysis of the general plan policies and goals, which is the objective kind of requirements that the specific plan has to cover. And so based on that, the action to approve the specific plan would include amending general plan figure CDL 3 to add the wine country specific plan to that specific plan map. And then the standards would then be carried forward. And so it would be the tool to implement the vision for the general plan with the specific plan.
So it's on top of what already exists. I think you answered this earlier with the traffic study. Will there be an additional traffic study for each development as it's turned in, or is that already covered in the current tract map with the number of houses that?
So if you think of this as like a mini general plan, the traffic study is already done for the new zoning. So if there was something that was different or outside of what's identified in the specific plan, then that would trigger an additional traffic study. So hopefully that answers that.
Okay. Do I still have another couple of minutes over there, boss? Is it permissible for me to read a letter into the record that we got today from LACO? If you say no, I won't.
I think in terms of our general procedures for public comments that are received, we don't necessarily read those into the record, but it was, the letter we're referring to was included in the additional public comments received on the city's agenda page, and then that will also be included in the city council packet too.
Okay, then I'm finished until, I do have some motions, but.
I can go. I think everybody probably needs a chance to come back around. I'm one of 2 planning commissioners that was appointed to the committee that, and that only the second phase. I wasn't involved in the first phase of it. The other planning commissioner no longer sits on the commission. I'm going to pick Mr. Weldy's Casablanca project because that's the one that we saw during that committee and that I'm most familiar with. But of that, I believe it was 184 homes that's approved on an existing tract map, recorded tract map, that are all 1 acre and larger. And Ben, can you pull up the smaller area or that area?
Let me filter back through all of these.
Sorry.
No worries. My fun PowerPoint techniques on here look a little funnier going backwards than they do forward.
Are there page numbers or so many pages in there, Sandy? Technology.
Yeah.
That's fine. So the Casablanca project, or the tentative map that's currently recorded, is basically that entire area that shows R1, with a boundary. You can see a little bit of Wilson Creek sticking out of the bottom of it. And if you go to the right side, it basically encompasses everything from, is it Jefferson, over to the edge of the map?
So this, and this was kind of the exhibit we had in our slider. So the Casablanca property that Mr. Weldy is representing goes up to kind of here. This right here is the Coyman property. It's 80 acres that the city right now has a kind of loan with option to purchase it for kind of a city programming purposes, and is evaluating that. And the Wine Country Specific Plan also includes provisions and flexibility that would actually tie into some of that programming. Yeah, this is that area. The slider that we have on the city's website and had used in some of the town hall presentations included the actual mapping of what those lots were. So the approved subdivisions in that, it was showing the actual lot boundaries.
And we don't have that, I understand, but in those 184 lots, it's within that one single outline parcel there, right?
That is correct.
And the map, as I remember it, includes coverage over what is the creek area, 100%. And that's how you achieve the 182 lots.
It was 184. He did have
184.
Yeah.
Sorry. And I think this was my main focus, and I may have been the one actually responsible for the change or proposing the change on this specifically. Of those lots, that 100% coverage allowed no open space, no trails through it, anything else. And as of today, that project could proceed forward, my understanding.
That is correct.
And, you know, I'm aware of the current, you know, with interest rates being what they are and the housing market what it is, it's a real trend going on that developers are building with investors to hold the properties, not sell them, and to offer them for rentals. And so just as a hypothetical on this, and this is what I saw at the time, and now the state law has changed as of the first year. If if the developer went in and positioned his houses on those 1 acre lots in 1/4 quadrant of that 1 acre lot and had open space around it for that. And then once the project's completed or a phase of it's completed, if he came back to the, and changed ownership, put it in an LLC that was gonna operate it, run it, and rent those houses, then he could then subdivide that lot into 2 half-acre parcels. And would there be anything that the city could do to stop that?
No, it would be, you're referring to the SB9 urban lot splits, and so that is.
Urban
a-
lot split.
Yeah, so that
And
is
this
prescriptive.
isn't anything I guarantee you the governor cares anything about other than developers and builders have pushed this legislation through. So, and then he could, once he had changed ownership, could come in and build 2 houses on that lot plus 2 additional ADUs. So
That is
basically, you would have 4 residences on 1 acre lot that are possible. And is there anything that Planning Commission can do to stop that if that happened?
No, so in terms of the SB9 applications, they are pursuant to state law and ministerial applications. So there's no discretion that can be levied by the planning commission on that type of decision. It would be if they meet the standards that the city has that are objective standards, then that would be the limit to the review that the city would have at that time.
So you could take a 1 acre lot as of today, once the developer's out of the picture, he can take that 1 acre lot, the new owner or the entity that owns those for rent could divide that into 2 lots, build 2 1,200 square foot ADUs. If they wanted to, come in with 2 two-car garages for those 2 ADUs, and effectively increase from 180 times 4, 184 times 4 units on the same parcel of land.
Pursuant to the provisions of SB9, that would be a potential that could happen. Certainly, it may be kind of a longer term where that does occur, but in terms of viewing it from the build-out perspective, you should see the future carving of additional parcels that were meant to be the 1 acre lots into something that is substantially different.
As a builder, or developer, if I came in, let's just make it simple, on a 5 acre piece that was 1 acre lots, and I built 5 houses on those 1 acre lots, then as soon as I finish construction, transfer ownership to my LLC that is gonna rent those out, then I can come back to the city for a lot split on all 5 of those lots, build 2 homes. And at the same time, request, because I know they've come through, for an ADU to be built on those 2 lots with I can submit those plans at the same time.
Yeah, that would be correct, and it is a new law, and so how it ends up shaking out, but I have heard of other communities where developers are setting the subdivision and kind of lining up the
Yeah,
utilities for.
it's already being done in California. It's not anything can we slow it down? I'm not sure. And I think this is why I was in favor of the smaller lots, and I believe I pushed for the in perpetuity on the set-aside land, is because I think we have an opportunity now to limit the total number of houses in the North Bench to the, what is that number that's already in the general plan and the state already recognizes? Is it 1,100?
So it's the 1,091 as kind of the base density, and so that is the pure mathematical calculation as required under state law.
So
and certainly developers don't have to do all that either.
Sure, yeah, for whatever reason they might not. But if we had 1,091 homes that are approved today, if we limit the lot size, or not limit it, but allow builders that don't want to build 1 acre homes, to take 50% of their land, set it up in perpetuity for open space, vineyard, whatever that is going to be, we retain at least half of that on this particular parcel, which is how many acres total?
The Welly one is 240.
240.
Combined on, I think, 4 different parcels.
Okay. So out of that 240 acres, if we don't allow any more than the 184 houses that are proposed, they're in smaller lots, they're clustered, as everyone likes to say, which I'm not opposed to that terminology either. But if they're clustered and we retain half of that property in perpetuity not to be developed, I think that's a win for the North Bench. And that's why I promoted that side of it. Now, the other side of that coin is I'm opposed to the mandate of wineries and of vineyards being planted. I think that's something that if someone wants to do that, and there wants to be a mechanism to allow, as this plan does, the ability to do that, I think it should be considered and go before Planning Commission and City Council for approval. I don't think the city should be, or the residents in that area should be paying for any agricultural operation that does not succeed. I think someone needs to invest their money in it. I think mandating that developers put in wineries is a loser that will, and I hate to see the surrounding community have to pay for that. So that's my side of it. And just for a point of clarity, since my friend Kathy brought this up, I have 1,500 grapevines that I have ordered for my property that's in the city of Redlands for aesthetics. And of those, 1,000 of them are Thompson seedless, and the other 2 are traditional table grapes in Italy that are also wine grapes, but one was ordered because of the crimson color of the leaves that my wife wants for weddings. And I think anybody should have the right, like I said, I don't drink wine, I never have. My wife has never drank wine. I don't oppose anybody else drinking wine, but it's a personal choice on our end. I've also grown pumpkins, and I've never had a pumpkin spice latte. So I think I love, and the reason I'm planting the grapes is I love the look of them. I think they're beautiful. I love the autumn leaves that they produce. And I wouldn't mind seeing grapevines on the North Bench. I don't want it, I personally don't want it supplemented by the other residents up there. I think agricultural is a tough business, and I think that that space, the original proposal in the committee was for open space, grapes, or olives. And that's what I had supported in it because, and again, no mandate on any of it. I just said, don't put in little ollies because that's been used down in Fallbrook and other areas. You know, they're a fruitless olive tree. They don't get very big. They take no maintenance, so it's a way around, you know, the requirement for it. So that's my piece in this. I think it's a huge win if we can get clustered, smaller residential up there that doesn't exceed what's already projected or planned, and everything else goes into perpetuity around it. And, you know, if the Rileys want to come down and plant apples, I think that's a good option. I think if Suvig wants to plant grapes up there, and I think the biggest obstacle from purely an agricultural side is the water. There's not trying to use domestic water or even recycled water that we have in this area is a real hard issue to overcome on a larger scale. The recycled water is as high as the, or close to the same price as the fresh water. So I'll leave it at that for this, at this point.
Richard, what do you got for us?
I've got a couple of quick things. First of all, thanks for coming out. I think this is going way too fast on a project like this. This is a big item here.
Oh, yeah.
It's way too big. But I've had a knot in my stomach since we started, knowing that 3 of the commissioners have been on a committee for months and months now, and that coming in here, knowing that pretty much we need 4 votes to pass this item. So those 3 commissioners, we already know, have that yes vote. So it's just, I just need to ask. I know it's not the legal thing, but it's the right thing to do is to have you guys, the 3 members, recuse themselves of voting on this agenda tonight. Or I would like to make a motion to send it straight to the city council and let them decide it. I respect you guys very much, but I don't think the way they set it up to have a commissioner, 2 commissioners, or actually even 3.
Well, you have the same problem on city council because there were 2 members of planning commission
and we
and 2
have one
members of
now.
city council
Yes.
that were, and
I mean, I
know Duncan was one, and Avila was the
Avila,
other. And
yes.
Avila's no longer so you basically have the same issue at city council level.
yes.
So,
But I do believe this is
But
way
as
too
a-
much, way too fast.
As the commissioners that did vote for it last time, they probably are still for it. You know, I don't believe anybody's been swayed away from the project as of yet.
As we were on the Serrano Estates, the very first time, that was shut down. And then we changed planning commission, and then it passed. And just coming in, knowing that 3 commissioners were on this committee, and
who are that? I'm one. Who's Donna was on there.
It states Donna, JR, and
Yeah.
You were on the committee?
And Tony.
Well, not when I was on
The
it.
first year, I
Okay.
was on it, the first year.
so I just don't,
Well, there would be almost nothing that goes before a committee, given that logic, could ever be voted on by planning commission.
No, they were, I agree.
If I may interject, at least in terms of the structure, so this committee format was kind of a carryover or kind of a continuation of a separate committee that had been established for the Five Winds Ranch, that kind of development. And so that included city council members, planning commissioners, and then other different stakeholders involved with it. And part of, I think, the philosophy on behalf of the city council of establishing that is you're kind of covering both kind of city council looking at it from the kind of broader community level. You have the planning commissioners looking at from kind of the land use as individual projects come through, and then the other stakeholders to kind of provide that different balance. And a big component of that was when the Five Winds Ranch, when that plan was provided, and it ultimately was just approved by the planning commission. The planning commissioners that served on that committee also voted in favor of that particular plan. And so it doesn't necessarily, I think, up to the discretion of the individual planning commissioners, but the idea of using committees and having the planning commission involved, at least a small subset involved with kind of the development of that, was from the onset, from 2019, the city council's desire. And so when the city council adopted the resolution to establish the committee, they did it with the intention of having these different community groups and the city kind of decision bodies involved in that process from start to finish as well. They didn't want it to where, hey, this random group is working on it and then it just all magically shows up and then everyone's doing like, well, from the land use side, when we're reviewing the project, this doesn't make any sense. The city council in that decision wanted to have that perspective and lens towards it. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the planning commissioners accept the plan or even with the Five Woods Ranch in its entirety in the absolute way. It's just that the city council wanted that perspective to be weighed in as that plan was developed.
Yeah, but I think those two items were completely different than this item. And that it was obviously, I believe, a screw up on their end, or when they first got this committee going to bring in,
Well, I don't believe that that every committee that's out there and they're looking at projects or whatever they may be looking at, it doesn't mean every member on that committee is for that project just because they're on that committee. So, it might be a reason somebody got off of it, because they didn't believe in it or something, but that's beside the fact is, I think anybody who's on committees aren't necessarily committed to what, that's why we form these committees, so we get a mixed, a bag of worms here, so we know what we got.
okay. But when we have at least two members that are in
Right
the
now,
business of vineyards,
yeah.
and
Who's that?
me? Well, not quite, but
No.
you will be.
No, I am
And
not.
I honestly think it's a conflict of interest. And even though it's not on the legal end, I think on the moral end, if I was on that committee and I decided, I really like this plan and everything, I definitely would not be up here to vote yes. I could not do it. I would recuse myself.
I
and
wouldn't
let the
think
rest of them
you were
would-
listening to what I
Right.
just said, for
Well-
one. And I, of all people, was asked to be on this committee. And I was new to the Planning Commission. And Chris Markarian and myself were asked to be on this committee.
I remember when that that happened.
So, as I've said, I've never been to a wine bar. I don't drink wine, but I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think as far as policy for the city, I try to put my personal stuff outside of it and try to be objective over projects that, like this. Being on wine committee is a little out of my comfort zone. This whole process with the Wine Alliance or the wine country is out of my comfort zone. But I still think that I have, that my input and what I'm trying to project as my, how I relate to it is important. And whether that has an effect on the outcome or not, I don't know any more than you do. But I don't have, in the whole overall scheme of this project, my biggest, when I first got involved in this, I thought we were talking about more open space, which we were. And I just think that agriculture is a great thing. The Rileys up in Oak Glen work very hard to make barely more than a living off of agriculture. And they too were affected by the fires, by the floods, and the pests and everything else. But those are acts of passion and businesses that are run by people that are passionate about what they're doing. And I can see the same thing, even though I'm not a drinker and I don't agree with wineries, Personally, I can see how people have a passion for it, and if they want to do that, I think they're entitled to do that just as much as they are in growing apples and pressing apples for cider. But put your own money in it and have your own plan and reap, the fruits of your own labor. And if you fail, you fail. And hopefully the city as a whole can only make it as easy as possible for agriculture not to fail by limiting some of the requirements. Like a conditional use permit right now in the city of Yucaipa. What's the cost on that, Ben? Just the permit fee or the...
I think the application fee is about $12,000.
So you have $12,000. In Southern California, the average farm income off of small farms is $51,000 a year. And that's gross income. That's not net income. So you've got $12,000 in fees. Everyone knows how high your water bill is. If you have 1 acre of land and you have irrigation on it, how much does that cost you per month? So all of these things are detrimental to farmers as a whole. But if you have to go in to get a CUP for an agricultural operation, you're probably not going to do an agricultural operation. So that's why I'm in favor of streamlining the process for anybody who does want to do a winery or an apple orchard or an olive grove. I'm 100% for that. I'm 100% for making that easier for people to do on their own properties. But that's my piece.
Yeah, yeah.
That's all I had.
I just moved over to Stacy.
So I just want to make it clear, if these grapevines do die, they say like an apple orchard, those could go in then, or olives or another type of agriculture, because it's going to be specified for agriculture?
Yeah, so the ag district would allow for kind of any sort of agriculture. You just wouldn't necessarily be able to do some of the commercial operations, like having a tasting room with, an olive grove just by itself. And part of that was, I think, in response to Commissioner or Vice Chair Hitt's kind of comment, is someone going in, planting a bunch of little olives and saying, hey, I'm a winery, let me go do all this stuff. No, it has to be at least a genuine effort, but there's no limitation to that. So part of the committee, kind of a deliberate discussion at the start, was always where the Casablanca Ranch is there is the olive groves there. And there's actually, I think, a species of olives that are not in any registry, but probably, like a Casablanca olive kind of thing. And so the idea was, okay, we definitely don't want that to get torn up just to plant vines, but that is part of the environment. But you don't get to do something that's kind of a half-baked, a little ollie and then try to claim credit for it. And so, but if someone wanted to plant, either citrus or apples and other stuff, that is not a prohibited activity in this specific plan.
And I do say, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
Steve, but with any operation like a winery or a tasting room or a wedding venue or a resort boutique hotel or whatever, that needs planning commission or planning review. It needs a CUP process for those larger operations.
Yes.
And I think this provides for that. Like I said, in the overall plan, I have not as much problem with it other than the requirement for grapes only. Because I think once you start mandating something, and I disagree with I think any legitimate agricultural operation should have the ability to take advantage of the same benefits that the wineries could take care of. I think if somebody wants to come in and plant 40 acres of olives and wants to press olives and sell olive oil for $25 a bottle, should have the ability to do that. And I think it's no more, no less impact on the area. And if it turns out that it works well and everybody plants grapes and it's successful and it's profitable, so be it. You know, any good agricultural operation has to meet certain guidelines, you know, to be successful, and they're all difficult. Most of them are on a smaller scale or just a passionate thing that people want to do. So, sorry.
What else you have?
I too operated a wedding venue for almost 12 years, so my question to the staff is, North Cork Winery is up in that area, and I wanted to know if you had any statistics on if there's been any influx of drunk driving accidents that have occurred since that development, and if you had any sound ordinances that were broken from that operation.
So in terms of like code enforcement complaints for noise, I'm not aware of any complaints have been received. North itself is kind of an anomaly in the sense that it is in the unincorporated area of the county of San Bernardino, and so they fall under kind of a separate set of rules, and so that's why they were allowed to do it, and they did not require any sort of like entitlement through the county planning commission or anything like that for their operation. I'm not aware of any like significant police incidences that have been tied directly to that have been reported on. Whether or not neighbors anecdotally have experienced other sort of issues, that may certainly be the case, but I'm not aware of anything that has been received.
So I generally am the person that receives traffic-related concerns, and I don't have anything documented for that. But if that's something that you would like the data on, I certainly can go into what is like the SWITTERS database, and that would have any information related to incidents that are recorded by the police department. So I can get that information for you. I just don't have it here.
I was just curious because it's a like for like.
Sure.
So it would kind of give us some kind of analysis on what type of activity a winery would bring.
I will say I think the only concern that I've actually heard for that winery is that the road is really narrow, and that's because, like Ben said, they don't have to meet the standards that the city would require for roadway access, and so that is a concern I've heard, but it's outside of our jurisdiction, so we can't require them to widen that roadway.
Okay. And then somebody referenced that there were polls taken at one of the festivals. And I was wondering if you guys did have the statistics on how many people were for the project, against the project from those polls. I can't recall who.
So we as planning staff did attend a few different kind of events and just really getting information, getting feedback. It wasn't necessarily a poll that was done, but we had some boards. And we had, hey, take a sticker, put things where, you like, put, the green sticker here for things that you like or want to see, put the red stickers on things you don't like. And so the picture of those boards were provided at a subsequent Wine Country Planning Committee meetings and kind of used as kind of a general barometer. It was to provide information and just trying to solicit feedback. It also included expanding our kind of email list that we had for the different meetings. And so as we did different outreach stuff, we added more people to the email roster where they would get updates on, the meeting agendas or anything else that would be germane to them. And so that way they could still follow along on the progress with that.
And then my last question is, one of the last speakers talked about a wildlife corridor. Was that thought about in this plan? I kind of like the idea of having some acreage for wildlife. Was that thought of in the plan at all?
So the Wine Country specific plan with the natural open space along Wilson Creek provides that connectivity. There is in the biological assessment of that was to make sure that there is a connectivity for that. And so that is a requirement already in place in order to provide that. It isn't maybe if the idea is have all open space through the entire thing, obviously it's not going to be that encompassing, but it is something that would be set up in the Wine Country specific plan, which isn't necessarily applicable in the existing approved subdivisions.
Okay, that's all I have.
Last but not least.
It's all on you, buddy, down there.
It's all on me, so. Thank you. I think a lot of what my fellow commissioners have already said, I was going to echo that. I think part of what I looked at in this plan, and a lot of people know I'm an architect, I see a lot of trends and I see a lot of development trends going on. And obviously when I look at the size of lots, and I look at the number of clients coming to me for ADUs and junior ADUs, that trend, I think, is only going to increase in the coming years. I think just because of the housing and the desire to develop these lots for retirement income. I see that being a big, big push. I echo Commissioner Wick's sentiments as far as the planning and trying to limit that number, because right now we have the potential to build 1,091 homes in this particular development. And that equals what? I know we were talking about splitting and then having an ADU. Now we could also have a junior ADU on that same lot. Is that correct, Ben?
Yeah, so there's a few different provisions, and part of it, especially when you're kind of looking at the raw numbers, there's a number of different ways that are available to property owners on what to do. And so certainly the junior ADU in the ADUs is one component. The second one is with the SB9 is doing the two lot house and then doing the urban lot split. One thing I do want to note, so under SB9, the base kind of split is a 60-40 split. The city's development code, our objective standard is 48 or 52. So it's actually more kind of restrictive than state law. And so certainly part of the design of the individual lots makes the spatial availability for qualifying for that not nearly as tenable as it would have been.
I mean, so potentially, I mean, we could have 4,000 dwelling units in that particular development as a minimum. Particular. I mean, if you would do the 60-40, whatever, they could basically designate 4 homes on that, or 4 residents on that single 1 acre lot.
That is a potential, yeah.
So as we confirm what we're talking about, trying to come up with these smaller lots as far as controlling that, I like the open space plan. I know there's been some comments about open space and about what that's defined as. I think this does provide for that. I like the idea of doing some maybe extra pathways. We had a young person present to us tonight about that activity, and I really like hearing that because obviously I think a lot of our young people are sitting behind video games and TVs too much, and encouraging that kind of activity I think is something. We're looking at a general development. I'm not looking at specific projects right now. So I think as we go forward, looking at this phased out, this is a 20-year plan. Is that correct, Ben?
Yeah, so it's assumed to take a while. Anyone, you know, I've kind of made the comment before, when we kind of live in the kind of instant gratification, we expect things to happen at kind of a lightning pace, but there's a lot of different factors that all come into play. And so the development cycle is always going to be a lot longer than most people anticipate. And so, yeah, we anticipate kind of a 20-year, but it could be, you know, kind of plus or minus to some degree.
Well, and I appreciate the phasing too, where we're looking at phase 1 being the furthest development away from that existing residential area and actually having it kind of eventually get to that borderline where the existing residential is. So I think that from that standpoint and looking at it, I think it's been well thought of as far as looking at that particular dynamic, looking at people who are going to be able to invest in this kind of community too. It is a high-end community. I don't know whether I would really define it as cluster housing, but still we're looking at even the potential of divided lots having that same dynamic. So from that standpoint, I think my other biggest concern was the traffic flow. Obviously, I know a lot of people that live up there, and I understand that traffic is a concern. I think as we move forward, if this project moves forward or these projects move forward, I've seen communities, especially if we deal with wineries or those types of businesses, having a main arterial that really focuses that traffic into a main corridor rather than, I know we need secondary and these other arterials, but really to encourage that traffic flow to be directed away from the existing residential neighborhoods. So those individuals that live there, those that are maybe attending or events or wineries, are really focused to a main arterial. And I think they can be done really nice. So as I think would be going forward, would be looking at those traffic options. I know I heard signalization, and I understand too that Oak Glen, I live up in Hidden Meadows area, and I know every time the apple season comes up, there's a lot of traffic. So looking at that, I appreciate the fact that studies have been done, all that has been kind of addressed. but it still creates traffic. And again, I think we're going to have the traffic with 1,000 homes or 4,000 homes or where we're going to have traffic. So as long as that has been thought out, as we move forward and projects come to Planning Commission, looking at those on an individual basis would be, I think, my desire. And again, I almost want to just kind of concur with Commissioner Hicks' idea of flexibility in the ag component. This is a wine country proposal, and I think there's some benefit to that. This has been presented as a wine country proposal, and if that money and those investors want to come in and develop that, they should do that, and they can make it work. But I'd like the idea of not limiting it to just that. If somebody wants to do apple orchards, let them do an apple orchard. So I kind of like that component of it as well, and I think I would support that.
Okay, I didn't come in with any preconceived emotion of what I'm gonna do. I was kind of curious what everybody had to say about it, but I think we've got some good commissioners on this board here, and I think they're pretty upfront with everything. The question I have, you're doing that overlay over the...
Stretch up a little.
Okay. I was trying to say, I'm wondering if the overlay that we have out there now, that the houses have to be a certain size, and what happens to that overlay in that area?
So the wine country specific plan in the objective development standards integrates a lot of the custom home overlay requirements. And so a few different provisions of the custom home overlay district include a requirement that the single family house be 2,200 square feet or larger and provide a 3-car or 600 square foot garage. And so that requirement has been retained in the wine country specific plan. There is another provision, at least in terms of kind of the setting of different houses and that kind of street state where you can't have a subdivision where you have the same house repeated through it. There has to be a number of different options provided. And so that table itself is also maintained within the wine country specific plan. The changes that really occur within the wine country versus the standard custom home overlay district really comes down to some of the setback requirements where it's a little bit modified. They are bespoke setback requirements, so the standard city's single family land use district isn't necessarily carried through here. It is a separate set of standards that would apply that's kind of more restrictive. And then the other component with the custom home overlay district is it requires technically 50% of the garages to be side facing versus front facing. As part of the development, there was an architectural kind of subcommittee formed, and part of their task was looking at different neighborhoods, in Yucaipa, but as well as kind of surrounding stuff and kind of looking at inspiration of what neighborhoods do you like, which ones do you not, and kind of different features that help, the things that you do like, what are those? And so rather than just having front-facing and side-facing garages, part of the discussion was it really is the garage being a dominant feature. And so in the custom home overlay district, you could have the garage being the first thing you see on the house and then the house kind of tucked behind. This one does not allow for that, so the garage should not be a leading element. If not, it's set back. And so really putting a priority on the architecture of the house first, and then the garage is secondary. And so that was kind of the trade-off where as that subcommittee worked through and they presented it to the committee at large was, this maybe gets better of a higher quality design than what the custom home overlay district has. And then the last component was having objective standards. So the custom home overlay district says, provide a variety of different styles like colonial or craftsman or something similar. And this actually spells out, well, in order to do that, craftsman must provide, the roof slope between this and this. You have to have at least so many different planes of roof elevation. And so it provides a much more prescriptive requirements, and also provides kind of like the wish list, like you don't have to do all these other features. You have some flexibility, but you got to pick at least a few of them, and kind of creates a much more stringent standard from the custom home overlay district.
Okay.
Can I, one of the things you were talking about North Cork, San Bernardino County. San Bernardino County recognizes and has a section in their code for agritourism. Since Yucaipa doesn't have any current ag, there is no agritourism. Riverside County also, Redlands Planning Commission just adopted an agritourism recognition. And most of the areas, in an effort to retain tourism or retain some form of agriculture, have put together or adopted the state's version of agritourism, which allows for some of these things in conjunction with growing crops. And like Oak Glen in particular, San Bernardino County, there's actually a special community plan for Oak Glen that says you don't have to have curbs and gutters necessarily. There's only a limited amount of commercial land in Oak Glen where you can have operations such as this. So all of those things kind of play into it. And I think that's really, I felt the intent of the wine specific plan was to recognize agritourism, try to promote agritourism, and I personally agree with the need for agritourism and having the open space and the, I understand the comment of, a winery or a vineyard is not open space. And it truly isn't, if you have a full-blown commercial wine operation. But again, most, if you go to Wilson Creek in Temecula, you can walk through every row of grapes they have there. They may not like you riding your horses down them, but I think it's a balance, and the agritourism portion of it's important. So.
Okay, so what we do here?
Well, I just have a question. So these wineries, in volume, what do they have to produce before they can import a certain quantity? Because I really feel like this isn't going to be a agricultural argument. It's more of a commercial commerce argument. None of these places are going to survive on apples or olives. They're going to survive on importing wine from Napa, fermenting it, and selling it as their own. So what is that quantity? And then what can they import? Because
Yeah, so, and some of it kind of varies in terms of how the wine operator wants to go about it. So the AVA designation, so in order to the Yucaipa Valley on the label saying this is Yucaipa Valley grapes, there is the limit on how much grapes, the percentage has to be in place on there. And so that will be kind of essentially as the fancy kind of marketing term with different wineries is they're state grown stuff. And then a lot of different kind of more kind of boutique, higher end kind of wineries will also import grapes from other places and do collaborations with other wine regions, as part of going back to the idea of the passion is they like to experiment with different grapes from different regions and see what they can do.
Excuse me, Ben, but us old guys need a 5-minute break.
Too much water.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break.
We're still with the commissioners. Okay, we're back here with the commissioners now, and we still, I guess we've heard from everybody. Does anyone else like to add to anything?
Lyle was in the middle.
Go ahead, Lyle.
Is there a limit on what they can import as far as quantity of wine and produce at a winery of that size? Is it based on what they produce themselves? Is there any ratio taken into consideration?
No, so there's no obligation or kind of requirement on what they import and what the volume is. And so as they import more grapes, as long as they're able to produce it and sell it, then they're able to do so. Part of the provisions with the wine country was having the 75% under vine, and that was to make sure that there is an earnest effort to have local grapes, and so that would be kind of the state locally grown stuff, and then they would augment from there. And so there are, certainly wineries in different parts of the world where, they may have a little bit of stuff that they do on site, and then certainly get stuff from other places.
Right, well, selling 8 cases of wine of their own stuff on 75,000 feet is not supporting the annual cost of a winery. So the real thing is a wine import enterprise on the North Bench, right?
It would be kind of the combination of different activities and then the winemakers themselves kind of working through that, yeah.
Okay. We're at that point in time. We either gonna have to get a motion or no motion, they have to die or what?
No, so ultimately the Plan Commission will have to make some sort of recommendation, no matter which way. And so there's, going back to the kind of the direction is a few different options, which is to either approve the plan kind of as it is, and with the rata sheet that was provided, add additional provisions that they would like to see to be considered by the city council, or a recommendation for denial as well.
I'll move the item with the following provisions. Number 1, to pursue a different sort of guarantee besides a CFD, either a bond or some other way to do that. Number 2, eliminate the 2.5 acre micro wineries and cap the total number of wineries at 12 maximum. Number 3, tell me if it's already written in here because I've heard it, but I haven't been able to find it. The party venues or wedding venues, the 5 acre artisan wineries, maximum 30 people, 10 acre boutique wineries, 75, and if you have 20 plus acres, 150 guests. And the 4th is find some kind of incentive to aid in the installation of the agriculture business, either the vines, trees, apples, whatever, and related buildings to get this up and started, as long as it's agriculture related. And number 5, I'd like, you said to warrant, I'd like to have a traffic study at Ivy and Bryant.
Okay, and so just to clarify, the motion on the table is the recommendation of approval of the specific plan, adding to the rata sheet, dealing with kind of the financing or kind of the backstop for the wineries beyond just the CFD, capping the total number of commercial kind of winery establishments to 12, removal of the micro wineries, so the 2.5 acre, modifying the event spaces a little bit more restrictive than what is shown in the rata sheet, allowing the flexibility for kind of just any ag-related production, and having that, still be an agricultural district, but not necessarily tied to vineyards, And then kind of as a separate component is directing staff to also perform traffic signal warrant analysis for Bryant and Ivy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Don, I would like to kind of also add, looking at that arterial or that element in that to help prevent a lot of that traffic from, or the majority of that traffic from entering into the adjacent neighborhoods.
Okay, go ahead.
Commissioner Higginson, I was just wondering, instead of adding an arterial, would you be open to, so for example, Jefferson is defined as a collector street, but if we revised the classification to be an arterial, or even that new street between Chagall Road, just to change one of the existing classifications that proposed within the plan to be an arterial, or did you want to add an additional arterial roadway?
I think, and I appreciate you asking this question, I think as long as one of those arterials, whether it's Jefferson, is actually defined as that main entrance feature to the development, that's what I would look for.
Understood, thank you.
Thank you.
So,
We have a motion on the floor, though. I have a second.
I'll second it with my provision.
Yeah, so I guess for kind of point of order, Don, if you accept the additional component, then he would be the second on that motion. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll do the second.
Okay, and then I would say then what we'll do is a roll call vote for that motion.
Okay.
Just quick question, if the motion carries, can we add additional addendums?
I would say if there's other provisions,
It's got to be done before.
kind of done before, whether or not, I guess Commissioner Snodgrass wants to kind of hold the thing if there's any additional provisions you would like to see.
No, I'll
Okay.
just vote as is.
Okay. And then, okay, so we'll do the roll call then.
Commissioner Vick,
No.
Commissioner Snodgrass,
Yes.
Commissioner Higginson,
Yes.
Commissioner Chester,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
No.
Vice Chair Hicks,
no.
Chair Algower.
Yes. Motion carries.
Okay, so this will go to the city council, and the input provided tonight will be included for their consideration.
So they're making the final decision anyways.
That is correct.
All right. Oh, well, anything else?
Nope, thank you all for.
Got enough?
For coming here.